Tes.
Tes.
Oh, matikin ba?
Cek, cek. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, please be seated. I request all of you to kindly switch your mobile phone to silent mode to avoid interruption. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the second day of APWIMob Asia Pacific Conference on Wireless and Mobile 2023 at Aston Kuta Hotel and Residence, Bali. It's such an honor for me to be standing here and welcome each and every one of you in again. Ladies and gentlemen, today this meeting will provide you plenty of opportunities to discuss, share knowledge and insights. Before we proceed the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Rina Puji Astuti as Vice Rector of Research and Community Service of Telkom University, Dr. Bambang Setia Nugroho as Chair of IEEE Communication Society Indonesia Chapter, Dr. Eng Favian Dewanta as Chair of ApWiMob 2023, Professor Suyong Shin as keynote speaker from Kumo National Institute of Technology, Professor Yoshia Kasahara as keynote speaker from Kanazawa University, Professor Sharifah Hafizah Arifin as invited speaker from University Technology Malaysia, Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, allow me to read the agendas of the second day of the conference. We will begin by giving welcome speech from Chair of ApWiMob 2023, IEEE Community Society Indonesia Chapter, and Vice Rector of Research and Community Service of Telkom University. After that, we will have a traditional dance performance followed by photo session. Then, invited speech from the third invited speaker, keynote speech from Professor Suyong Shin and Prof. Yoshia Kasahara. After that, we will have lunch break followed by parallel session. And to close today's, there will be closing session and best paper awards announcement. Excellencies, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to invite to the podium to deliver his welcome speech as Chair of ApWiMob 2023, Dr. Eng Favian Dewanta. Please give a warm applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning, dear Ibu Rina, Vice Rector of Telkom University, and also Prof. Kasahara from Kanazawa University, and Prof. Sharifah from UTM, and Pak Khairul from Telkom University, excellent presenters and researcher, honorable guests and colleagues, and also participants, ladies and gentlemen. The 8th Asia Pacific Conference on Wireless and Mobile, ApWiMob 2023, is an annual meeting for all researcher, academia, students, professional, and enthusiasts to discuss many interesting issues and ideas related to, but not limited to, the topic of telecommunication, wireless system and technologies, networked system and application, pervasive computing technologies and application, privacy and security, and so forth. Among those issues, there are several key technologies related to 5G and 6G communication system, advanced signal processing in radar and solar terrestrial environment, IoT and network security, and also semiconductor material for biosensor, which are discussed intensively in the special session of keynote and invited speaker, and also tutorial presenters. Regarding the conference venue, the ApWiMob 2023 takes place in a famous and beautiful island of Bali in order to deliver pleasant and joyful experiences while discussing important and cutting-edge achievement within the scope of ApWiMob 2023. We believe that having a convenient, joyful, and serious meeting at the same time in this attractive island can strengthen our connection and eventually drive us towards more collaborative, creative, and productive research environment. However, considering post-pandemic new trend of work from anywhere and anytime, the ApWiMob 2023 is still organized in a hybrid way in which presenters can deliver their research material in the conference venue and enjoy many cultural and natural attraction of Bali Island at the same time. Our presenter can join online meeting through provided platform flexibly and conveniently. We realize that all participants have their own reasons, constraints, and businesses in attending this conference. Therefore, we hope those options can be the best deal for all participants to get a nice and fruitful discussion here. For your information, we have 13 papers presented on site and 38 papers presented online in this conference. It is our pleasure to announce that the ApWiMob 2023 has received 94 papers. Among them, we accept 51 papers with the acceptance rate of 54.26%. In order to maintain high quality and valuable discussion among all participants. All of accepted papers are registered and possibly presented in this conference, which consists of 25 papers in emerging services, security, and application for mobile and wireless track. 10 papers in fundamental track and 16 papers in mobile and wireless network tracks. After this meeting, we will provide 1 week for author to double check their papers and conduct proofreading if needed. Then those accepted and presented papers will be immediately submitted for inclusion into the IEEE Explore. Eventually, we would like to express our gratitude to the IEEE Communication Society Indonesian Chapter, University Center of Excellence of Intelligent Sensing and Internet of Things, PUIPT-IS IoT, and Telkom University as our main sponsor. In addition, we also thank to our university partners, which are University Technology Malaysia, UTM, Kumoh National Institute of Technology, KIT, Lovely Professional University in India, and also Udayana University. We also thank to all people supporting the success of the ApWiMob 2023, including steering committee, organizing committee, TPC chair and members, reviewer, keynote speakers, invited speakers, tutorial presenters, session chair, IEEE student branch in Telkom University and Udayana University, and any other colleagues that cannot be mentioned here. We hope all participants, colleagues, guests, academia, and all of stakeholders here can fully enjoy the program and gain a lot of insight from all presentation here. Stay healthy and hungry for a lot of knowledge and opportunity in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fabian Dewanta, for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the podium to deliver his welcoming speech as the chair of IEEE Community Society Indonesia Chapter, Dr. Bambang Setia Nugroho. Please give a warm applause.
Hello, thank you. Is it audible? Halo? Suara saya terdengar?
Baik, Pak. Terdengar,
Oh,
Pak, suaranya.
baik. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable guests, distinguished speaker and participant, and ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the 8th IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on Wireless and Mobile ApWiMob 2023. Thank you for coming for this event. As a technical sponsor for the ApWiMob 2023, IEEE ComSoc Indonesia chapter would like to express high appreciation to the organizing committee from Telkom University, Dr. Pavian, and the other co-organizer, University Technology Malaysia, Kumham National Institute of Technology, Lovely Professional University, and Universitas Udayana. And we wish to continue this collaboration in the future. Also, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the keynote speakers, Professor Yoshia Kasahara from Kanazawa University, Japan. Thank you for coming. And Professor So Yang-sin from Kumham National Institute of Technology, South Korea. Thank you for coming, Prof. And all the invited speakers, Professor Sasifa from University Technology Malaysia, and Associate Professor, my colleague, Pak Khairul Anwar. Thank you for coming. Okay, ApWiMob is one of the flagship conference of the IEEE ComSoc Indonesia chapter, Indonesia section, which is an international forum from researchers who are interested in latest development and design of wireless system and mobile technologies. In 2023, this topic includes smart, secure, and sustainable technologies for supporting sustainable development goals. We know that in Asia Pacific is among the fastest developing telecommunication market in the world, driven by growth in mobile communication subscription, expanded coverage, greater affordability, service improvement, increased data usage, and smartphone penetration are the main driver of growth in the telecom sector. The faster network speeds facilitated by the rollout of the 4G and 5G technologies, the decline in prices, and increase in smartphone adoption usher a wave of new digital services that underpin an uptake in the region's SDGs contribution. So mobile technology provide millions of people with their primary means of access to the internet and multitude of life-enhancing service across education, healthcare, and finance. Mobile technology also serve as a backbone for digital economy and a catalyst for transformation across different sectors. I think that is the impact of mobile technology on SDGs. So some finding on mobile technologies, SDG impacts include industry, innovation, and infrastructure driven by wide mobile coverage and access internet through mobile devices, especially in Indonesia. Also an impact on quality education, reducing inequality, and decent work and economic growth. So we hope that the new ideas will emerge from researchers at ApWiMob 2023, which can be further elaborated for the advancement of mobile technologies. And I'd like to inform you that IEEE ComSoc Indonesia chapter has conducted many activities in Indonesia. In terms of collaboration, we have a good and mutual relationship with multiple partners, such as ICT organization, industries, universities, as well as government of Indonesia. And IEEE ComSoc Indonesia chapter has contributed and sponsored many international conferences annually. A high-quality conference will be continued strengthened, and so the result will give more benefit and positive impact. Cooperation and international conference is only one activity among many others of IEEE ComSoc Indonesia chapter. Some of our activities are public lectures, intellectual gathering, workshop, humanitarian and research grant, and also others activities. I sincerely wish this conference will be a great success, not only as a chance for sharing knowledge and experience, but also a commencement of a long and fruitful cooperation between participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bambang Setia Nugroho, for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the podium to deliver her welcoming speech as a Vice Rector of Research and Community Service of Telkom University, Dr. Rina Puji Astuti. Please give a warm applause.
Dear Honorable Keynote Speaker, Professor Yosia Kasahara, thank you for your coming. Professor So Yong Sin, and also invited speakers, Professor Sarifah Hafiza, thank you for your coming. And Associate Professor Dr. Khairul Anwar, thank you. And also Dr. Sumanlata Tripati, thank you, Prof. Distinguished presenters, researcher, academia, honorable guests, and colleagues, all of participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I pleased to extend a warm welcome to all of you at the IEEE Asia Pacific Conference and Wireless and Mobile. ApWiMob 2023 has a long track record in delivering high-quality scientific discussion within the topic of wireless communication system, mobile networking, technologies, also per service application, and so forth. From the first edition of ApWiMob in 2014 until now, this conference always focuses in promoting the novel and cutting-edge processes and achievement in the era of communication technology, as the conference is owned and supported by IEEE Communication Society Indonesia chapter. I am pleased that we will be able to hold this conference in the second day today, and I appreciate all of the authors, attendees for coming and contributing their idea. On behalf of Telkom University, we would like to express our gratitude to giving us this opportunity to organize this prestigious meeting for the researcher, academia, and expert in the area of communications, especially for wireless and mobile communication system. We do realize that the wireless and mobile technologies become enablers to many significant applications or systems currently and create some new trends in the world, including Society 5.0, Industrial Revolution 5.0, 4.0, and also intelligent transportation system, smart city, telemedicine, and many more jargons and use cases. Moreover, in the hard time of COVID-19 pandemic, we knew that the wireless and mobile technology help us in solving many issues, especially when we have to deal with social distancing, online learning, health quarantine, and many more. And aside from contribution and benefit of mobile and wireless technology to the world, there are still a lot of open issues that should be solved for improving the speed, reliability, capacity, and also security in the future wireless communication system and communications technology. Those improvements should be accomplished because there are a lot of demand of things or device that can support human being. We can simply figure out the possibility of network bottlenecks in the future and the case of slow development of network capacities by use increased network and user devices. Probably due to those issues, people start thinking how to create a breakthrough in communication system by challenging Shannon theorem as shown by the quantum computing technologies. Therefore, nowadays, quantum computing and communications become hot topic and famous jargons among us. Even there is a terminology to address more complicated deep learning algorithm by using quantum intangible circuit to represent complex relation and extract more detailed features in the deep learning model. As a consequence of quantum deep learning is expected to generate more accurate model and polynomial or even put exponential speed up of the same time. At the last, I need to let you know that Bali is famous island not only in Indonesia but also in the world. Not only rich culture, Bali also offers beautiful landscape, delicious cuisine. And the end, I wish you all can enjoy ApWiMob 2023 fully by sharing, learning new knowledges and perspective with new friends and colleagues here, and also traveling around Bali to look for beautiful skins, hidden gems, and unique culture experience here. Thank you. Have a nice day here at ApWiMob 2023 and enjoy Bali. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Rina Pujiastuti, for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, as our welcoming greetings, we would like to present to you a traditional dance performance by extracurricular dance club from Engineering Club, Udayana University. And please welcome extracurricular dance club from Engineering Faculty. Yes. Honorable distinguished speaker, participants, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite to the podium to have photo session together. We please all the participants in this room to join this photo session. And to all participants in Zoom meeting, please turn on your camera. Check. And before we continue to the next session, we have a coffee break in outside room. If you want to try this meal outside room, you can taste that, and please enjoy the meals and coffee served. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are to begin, please be seated. We will continue to the next session. We would like to invite Mr. Umar Ali Ahmad, PhD, as moderator to guide invited speaker and keynote speaker session. Please give a warm applause.
Okay, good morning, everybody. How are you today? Fine, yeah. Okay, in this sunny day in Bali, yeah, we will have a very interesting discussion today regarding our three keynote speech related to main topic of ApWiMob 2023. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the 8th IEEE ApWiMob 2023, which held in Aston, Kuta, Bali, 10 to 12 October 2023. My name Umar. It is my pleasure to be a moderator for this today conference. Yeah. First of all, may I briefly introduce our three speakers today. The first is Associate Professor Sharifah, and the second is Professor So Yongshin, and the third is Professor Yoshia Kasahara. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to first speaker, Dr. Sharifah, to come and join with us in the first session. Yeah. Before Dr. Sharifah give us about the topic related to today's, I would like to introduce you to Associate Professor Sharifah. Dr. Sharifah received her Bachelor Engineering from London in 1997 and obtained the Master and PhD in 2001 and 2006 from University Technology Malaysia and also Queen Mary University of London. She is currently Associate Professor with Faculty of Electrical Engineering, University Technology Malaysia, and okay. This session will hybrid, yeah, between in Zoom and also in on-site in this event, yeah, in Kuta, Bali. And continuing to Dr. Sharifah, her current research interested in IoT, yeah, ubiquitous computing and smart devices. She had published over 118 papers, 17 copyrights, 1 IC design, and 1 trademark. Yeah, I think a very excellent. Give applause to Dr. Sharifah Hafizah Syed Arifin. Please, Doctor. Yes.
Test. All right. Can I have the remote for this? Or you want to control? All right. Yeah, if you have. All right. Thank you. Thank you for introducing me. My name is Sharifah. A very good morning. Assalamualaikum, and a very good morning to all. Prof. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Daniel. Prof. Rini and Prof. Bambang as the chair of ApWiMob Comsoc, and Dr. Fabian as the chair of the conference, the Cairo keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen. All right. My talk will be on lightweight network intrusion detection system model for MQTT communication in IoT. This is basically a part of the project I have with Telkom as well in our matching grant. Next, please. All right, I just want to share my research journey Yesterday, Dr. Asif was sharing on what he had done in his research group. And I was thinking, I've done a lot of this as well. And I had my PhD in 2006, but the PhD was based on very fundamental research, looking at the packet simulation, because at that time we do not have any parallel computing. So how do we accelerate the simulation that we have? And that time you already have this internet traffic, the bursty traffic. So I was looking on the bursty traffic, how to accelerate the simulation using the convolution. And coming back from UK, having that research interest, there's a lot of things in mind. Queuing theory, handover management. We also did on vehicular network, 6LoWPAN, LoRa, ultra dense network, wireless sensor network, Internet of Things, and so on and so forth. So that was our research interest. Because in UTM, when we come back from any PhD, you have to be attached with a research group. So that's the research activities that we have. By hook or by crook, just have to do that. So then, because I remember yesterday, Dr. Asif was mentioning on the mode or device that they are doing, and they have produced looking at similarity of Arduino Uno. We had this in 2011. We call it as Tel-G mode, but this was at that time, the evolution of IoT was not very much. So we had to use XB to basically have that IEEE 15.4 wireless connection. And we did that with wireless biomedical network sensor application. And that is when I got that integrated design and industrial design, they call it, industrial design and IC integrated circuit granted from UTM. It was an interesting research we had where we look at the whole body application on, it was a bit difficult getting the signal from the heart, because the heart signal was very, very small and we had to amplify. So that was the challenges that we had, but it was very interesting journey. And being a research university in UTM, I had that opportunity to publish with the UTM Press. And this was the work I did with my students. Wireless sensor network using hybrid MAC. Using token approach. It was a research we did, and we published a book on it. And now in Malaysia, not just in Malaysia, I think it's the trend of everywhere. Not sure whether it is in Indonesia. We had decrement of intake into engineering. So that is where we wanted to expose to these young students on science, technology, education, and mathematics on what IoT is. So doing that, me and my research colleagues are doing a IoT book without any formulas. We call it for Dewan Bahasa. Hopefully, we are in a drafting stage, and it's going to be in Malay. It's a bit difficult. It's a bit challenging because of the terms. The terms that we are very familiar is in English, but now in Malay. But I'm sure all the Japanese and Korean had done all their books in Japanese and Korean. They had no problem with it. So hopefully we can have this book for what IoT is in Bahasa Melayu, inshallah. All right, so the target is to be on upper secondary students as well. So research wish list, having all this input that I had yesterday with Dr. Khairul, Dr. Asif, and Dr. Fiki. That was very interesting discussion we had, and we had received as well. So the wish list is implementing the metaverse in data virtualization. I'm doing research on crowd management with a colleague in UK on human factor engineering. So we are looking into how we can do this data visualization and quantum communication as well in deep learning, and write more books. So that's the wish list. Next, please. Thank you very much. And okay, this would be the talk of today on the IoT threats. What's the landscape? There's a lot of issues that we know, a lot of issues we don't know. All right, and to be able to propose an algorithm, to be able to come up with some research, we need some data sets. So there's a lot of data sets variation. Whether or not we can use, that will be depending on what types of system that we're going to be using. And the discussion would be the lightweight of the IDS, as well as we know IoT processors are very small. They basically need to consume low power. They need to sleep a lot. Yesterday as well, we had some questions on how do we consume power. So it needs to be sleep. And what are the common alert types that we have? I extracted from the recent reports that we have for early 2023. And since the research are more on MQTT communication, there's more to it in IoT, but we are concentrating on MQTT. So we are looking at how of these MQTT IoT attacks. However, when you are doing data set, you are doing machine learning, there will be definitely on oversampling on this rare population. So how do we deal with this rare population? So I'm going to just talk about a bit on smooth and ADSync techniques that can use to overcome these oversampling issues. And the performance metrics for machine learning, I think most of the research are using it. Just a refreshment on that. And the hybrid features that we are using in hybrid feature selection for this MQTT IDS, and the result of the outcome of the study that we are doing. Next, please. All right, this is the CrowdStrike 2023 Global Test Threats Report. But however, this was the report they've shown in the year of 2020. They can have this whole, they have some report on the second half, the first half. However, this one was in 2020. Then it's always like this, and it doesn't seem to be reducing, where you can see there's a 50% increase in threats activities in the year of 2020 compared to 2021. So this is on top 10 vertical industries. So it's alarming, but this is what happened. And in Malaysia as well, we have experienced a few cyber attacks last year, this year as well. And you can see on financial, on healthcare, and telecommunication. And when we are talking about IoT, it covers everything from top to bottom, it depending on what application it is. And next, please. All right, it's a bit small though, but it's just to show you that this is the second half of 2020 landscape. I've got this report from Nozomi Network Lab. They're looking at the operational technology as well as the IoT security report. And they are not looking just, they are looking at the global landscape of the attacks. I don't think you can read here, but it's quite small. Russia attack. And it says here, activists are using Wiper malware to attack several Iranian steel companies. So Wiper malware, apart from other malware, it's quite dangerous. As we can see here, that the activists are shifting tactics from data theft, not just taking the data, but deleting everything. So to leverage Wiper malware, it causes disruption, attacks, and critical infrastructure. And this is what happened not so recent last year, when when they had attacks, but they do not know what happened. It was an issue to all these attacks. For example, nowadays the term before we only mention the hackers. Now they are saying hacktivists. So there's a lot of them then going into looking at how powerful they can go into the system, how powerful they are, getting down all the firewalls and so on. So wiper malware intend to erase the hardware, not just the hardware, any static memory. So this is something to be alarmed of. Next, please. All right, IDS, just a brief introduction what it is. It's numerous attacks put on the internet at risks, and the information safety is a significant concern. So to prevent loss of valuable information, this IDS is developed. So IDS is already there. It's there for the computer network, and it is basically to prevent any attacks from outside. So this is the layers of the IoT, where you can see attacks on several user. This is on the application layer. You can see in the application layer, you have the server, the host, and the user. And this network layer, you can see there's a routers, and the communication lines are there. And this is where the professional layer intrusion usually comes in. And not just that, usually when you are talking about attacks, there are some attacks from outside as well from inside the system. So we can see here MQTT is basically on the application layer, and MQTT is on top of the TCP layer. And we also have COAP, which is on top of UDP. And this makes the IoT much more reliable in terms of communication. But however, I can see there's a lot of possible attacks on different IoT layers. So if you are looking at TCP IP layers, we know that all the layers are being protected by a certain security. So for IoT as well, it needs to have that protection for all the layers. So different types of machine learning, however, are being studied to predict the intrusion. So our studies are looking at the assemble model. There are a lot on single models, but we are looking at the assemble models, where in assemble models, it combines two types of machine learning or more to be able to improve on the prediction of this intrusion detection system. Next, please. All right. These are the data set that we use before. If you are able to have the platform of the sensors that being collected from different areas. For example, I had a project with Ascend Evo before this, and we did a collection of data for paddy fields. So there's a lot of sensors that we are able to collect, but usually the system or the IDS will depend on what application that you are trying to protect. And for this data set, it gives us, all the researcher, the flexibility on, you don't have to make a test bed, you just have to, you can use any data set. All right, so these are the data set that we have. It's not only this, there's more, but these are some of the example. NSL KDD, which has 41 features, and it is categorized into 4 classes of attacks. However, this is based on computer intrusion detection. And this is a UNSW NB15, quite famous. Most of the papers are using this to be able to study on the prediction that they are developing. It has 9 types of attacks containing a raw network attacks with 49 features. And Kyoto 2006 Plus is traffic data from Kyoto University. Honeypot, built on a 3 years network traffic data, has 14 statistical features. So some of the universities have their own honeypots for them to be able to collect all this information to learn from the traffic patterns that they have, because traffic patterns would enough data set, machine learning would be able to learn on what is going on in the traffic. All right, KDD Cup 99 is basically the old version of the NSL KDD, where the data comes from MIT Lincoln Lab. And it is also based on a computer intrusion detection. WNSDS, not very widely used, but when a certain research need to compare using several data sets, some of them would be using WNSDS dataset, which is from a Princeton University and has 19 features. And this is quite new on MQTT IoT 2020. And this dataset contain uniflow, biflow, as well as packet abstract flow of the IoT platform. So not that we cannot use other dataset, it depending on what the IDS is going to protect. And just a note here that KDD Cup 99 NSL KDD has been mentioned in some literature. It falls short in representing malicious activity in IoT network. And we opt to use this MQTT IoT 2020 dataset because it has this uniflow and biflow data representation. Because if you can see computer intrusion detection, usually if it use only TCP or UDP, it has that biflow communication. It rarely have this uniflow. But in IoT, some sensors are only able to transmit data, but they don't need to be receiving any data. Next slide, please. All right, lightweight IDS. So what is it? What's so important to have this lightweight in IoT? The term of lightweight does not referring to simplicity of the system, but it means that the IDS should be able to perform its operation with the available amount of resources in the sensor network, or the sensor nodes of the network. So it needs to be small, flexible. We've seen yesterday on the work of Telkom you have done with so many different platforms, so many different issues that they are looking for. And they mention on the challenges being remote, being small. So when you need to have this IoT to protect them, it needs to be small, but however, it also needs to be powerful to be able to power up the module itself. And it has to be flexible to be used as permanent element of the network security infrastructure. And the second one is energy saving and less resource usage. When we see that most of the IoT sensors, when they are, it depends on how many sampling that they are going to take, because the sampling would basically provide the data pattern. If you have less sampling, you are not providing enough for the machine learning to be learning. However, if you have, you need to trigger every minute or every second, then it would not be lightweight enough. So there's a challenge in balancing those. A lightweight system aims at energy saving So it needs to sleep a lot. And when it sleeps, it can reduce the computational resources. So like yesterday, we've seen in the talks yesterday, they've used a lot of solar panels to be able to reduce any high power usage. And this solar panel will be sustainable for the IoT module, especially for the remote area. And less energy consumption. A lightweight system is the one which can reduce this energy consumption for the IoT module, and less complex issues. Lightweight IDS avoid complex features, extraction features, and selection steps. So we also have issues in running the machine learning in, for example, Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi module are not able to process fast learning and so on. So usually what we did is we train the data offline, and with the trained data, we're gonna put it in the IoT, and the training data will provide the learning ability for the IoT module. Next slide, please. All right, it's just this is these alert types. So there's a lot more than this actually, but there are some studies when they need to be collecting the data set, not, for example, if the time span of the honeypot is 3 years, not all the 3 years before this, they are experiencing any attacks. So sometimes they try to project some attacks that are able to provide the data set some sort of attacks. So the most common attacks would be denial of service, usually in the operational technology network domains, and DOS malware activities, late same frequency as one of the most prevalent attacks against the OT system. So some other attacks would be remote access Trojan, used by attackers to establish control over promised machines, as it provides flexibility in the next stage of attacks. And ransomware was quite popular, and most of the system are very scared of this ransomware, because it remains frequently recognized malware category across domains, causing significant damage to normal business operation. And the fourth alert types is brute force. This is an attack that is easy to simulate, as attacks usually guess the login info, encryption key, or hidden web page. It is simple but reliable tactic to gain unauthorized access. So there's some of the alert types that are able to attack the IoT network. Next, please. All right, this is just an example of the IoT itself using MQTT communication, which consists of the broker and the IoT sensors. And it also has these messages of published topic and subscribe, depending on how it is of the IoT is communicating. So for example, if you have a census that need to publish a topic to the broker, and the data is already subscribed by a camera, for example. So the data can be uniflow as well as biflow traffic. So this is what the MQTT IoT 2020 dataset are able to capture, and that can be used to basically study the MQTT communication in IoT. So MQTT communication can be hacked from external as well as internal to the network, and this can expose critical information such as the vulnerability of the network by attacking the central communication devices. I've seen a video post somewhere. I think it was a few years back where a van was just coming to some residential homes. So what they did was they buy some software that is able to break your WPA or WEP password. Usually residential home uses WEP or WPA password. So when they are able to break the password, as the owner of the nearby house are surfing the network, basically the hackers or that one, they were simulating a situation whereby the hacker knows when the owner are going for holiday, what are the owner buying, what are they buying, and so on. So it's quite scary, but that is what a router, residential router password is. It's really easy to break. Next, please. All right, this is just an overview of what smooth is. It's an oversampling technique. It is known as synthetic minority. And this is just an example of the data set, which when you run the training, there will be some features that are rare population. So they will be underrepresented case. And when you run using this machine learning, the result will be imbalanced. Some of it will be featured, some of it will be not. So how do you overcome this? Smooth is one of the popular algorithm approach to generate new dataset samples. So it is parameterized using k-neighbors, where the number of nearest neighbor will be considered. If you can see here, the data are very scattered, but it needs that k-nearest neighbor to be able to make a new data set and to feature is as a new feature. And steps of the algorithm randomly selects a minority point, randomly selects any of its k-neighbors, a near neighbor belonging to the same class. So, and randomly specify a lambda value in the range of 0 and 1, 0, 1 coordinates, and generate and generate and place a new point on the vector between these 2 points. So it locates the lambda percent of the way from the original point. So smooth technique balance between the minority data set with the majority data set. So it is able to provide some imbalance on the training data set itself. Next, please. This is another approach. We are using this adaptive synthetic sampling approach technique, which is similar to smooth, but this is a bit more adaptive. And it uses a weight distribution, but it also uses the k neighbor using this Euclidean distance. So for the different minority classes, basically it is to level of the learning difficulties, reduces bias introduced by the class imbalance, and adaptively shift the classification decision boundary towards a difficult example. So the step of the algorithm, similar to smooth, but it is adaptive. So training data set with M samples, you have X, I, and YI. And the I, this is I, actually, it is from I to M, and they calculate the degree of the class imbalance, where S is the minority, MS is the minority over MI, and which is the majority samples. So they calculate the number of the synthetic data samples that need to be generated for minority classes. So they need to find this beta, which is the coefficient of the algorithm, and the element of the beta would be 0, 1. parameter to specify the desired balance level after generation of synthetic data. So basically, there's no data, but they need to synthesize to become so that this feature would be less imbalanced. So for each xi, they have to find these k nearest neighbor based on Euclidean distance in and n-dimension space. In this case, we use 2-dimensional only, and it calculates the ratio of Ri, which is equal to delta I over k. And k is the nearest neighbor, the number of samples in the nearest neighbor. So having this, it is able to provide the issues of this imbalanced data set. Next, please. All right. This is one of the performance metrics we look into machine learning training. It's epoch in machine learning, where epoch is the total of number of iteration for the training machine learning model, or also refers to one complete pass of the training data set through the algorithm. And sometimes when we are used to use the simulation, the students, the researcher are comfortable of using the libraries. But sometimes I told the students, you need to know what happens inside. So this is basically, it's just an example. How does this epoch do? A total number of training samples. For example, if you have 1,000 for one batch, so each batch, this sample will be divided into the batch size. For example, if the batch size is 500, so the iteration would be 2. So will not be enough for the machine learning. So you need to divide into more iteration so that the machine learning are able to have a better learning process. So for example, if the batch size is 100 and the epoch is equal to 10. So epoch will depend on the size of the batch itself. Next, please. When we are looking at the epoch in machine learning, usually we will look at what are the loss of the training data and how accurate is the training data. So loss and accuracy is the performance metric is machine learning training. So loss basically is the value over training data after each epoch, and the optimization process is trying to minimize with training. So hence the lower the value, it's better for loss. All right. So for accuracy, the ratio between correct prediction and the total number of prediction in the training data. So for accuracy, it needs to be higher. So this is normally inversely correlated with the loss. Then we need to validate this loss and accuracy. So the validation partner of loss and accuracy are the same concept, but computed over the validation data, which is not used for training. Hence, it is not seen to the model. So usually we have the training data and the test data, and when you run it, it should be validate the training data. So if the training loss and accuracy are good, but the validation counterparts are bad, it means that the model is overfitting as it cannot generalize to unseen data. So basically, this is what we need to look into when we are designing or developing any studies on the machine learning. Next, please. All right. So another performance metrics that we also look at is the confusion metrics. And in these studies, we look at 4 classes. Class 0, which is the normal class, and class 1, we use UDP. We call it as scan SU. Class 2 is the SSH brute force, and class 3 is the MQTT brute force attack. So these are the attacks and the normal traffic. So this is how the confusion metrics for our study are done. And TN is a number of true positive according to the classifier. And TP is a number of true positive according to the classifier. This is true negative, this is true positive. number of false negative according to the classifier for false positive. False negative is the number of false positive. I think this is according to the classifier. So the attack types is the data set consists of 4 recorded scenarios and a normal, one normal and 3 attacks. So altogether it's 4. So to calculate the accuracy, to look at the performance is basically the overall classification model, whether it's correct. It's TP plus Fn over N. And the precision is TP over TP plus FP. That will measure on the quality, and the recall will measure on the quantity, where the F1 score will measure on the model accuracy. Next, please. All right, so MQTT IoT 2020 features is used for the data training in this study. There's a lot of features that it has: the IP source, IP destination, whether this is a protocol, a TTL, and so on. So there's a lot of features here that it is in the data set itself that can be used for the training as well as the testing. However, we did not look into this packet abstract. We only looked into the Uniflow and the by flow traffic. Next, please. All right. Okay. This is the operational flow of the hybrid feature selection based on the network intrusion detection system. So we combine CNN where we use max pooling 1D, which is usually used in convolution network for feature extraction, and XGBoost, a potent gradient boosting algorithm known for its good prediction in performance. So in order to reduce dimensional while maintaining importance information, max pooling 1D acts as the feature extraction by choosing the most important feature from the input data. And XBoost is capable of handling complicated and non-linear relationship between the data. So basically it was a combination where we use it here as a sample model training. So we have this data set of MQTT IoT 2020, and we trained them in Google Colab. And as I mentioned to you earlier, because of the issue of computational in the IoT module itself, we do it offline, and we zip the training data and add into the IoT module when we want to run it. And we pre-process the data for the XGBoost and neural network. And in the pre-processing data, the XBoost and the neural network data are concatenation. Then they are labeled to basically class them into the 4 classes that I mentioned previously. Sorry. Okay. Then we do the feature scaling. So then the feature subset selection would be for X and Y, where Y is the target variable, which is the class, and the X is the feature matrix for classification and the prediction. So this process is, they go into the training set as well as the data set. And the oversampling is used adaptive synthetic algorithm, and assemble modeling training and model evaluation metrics is done. And if there's a possible prediction, then it will go back to this feature subset selection X and Y. If it's okay, then it will display the prediction and true attack types. Next, please. All right, this is the Uniflow dataset results. We have this normal traffic as well the attacks. And this is the performance metrics of the machine learning and for Uniflow dataset. And the loss variation is basically there overlapping each other. And accuracy is up there with the validation of accuracy for Uniflow data set. The next is next. This is the confusion matrix for Uniflow scenario for XBoost algorithm as well as the neural network algorithm. So I cannot see this in. The true positive is 40,028 instances correctly classified as positive. So true negative is here, 11,000 correctly classified as negative. So false positive is about here, 2,080, and false negative is 2,383 instances. So this is for only the XBoost algorithm. For the neural network, you can see it's quite similar with the XBoost algorithm, giving the true positive, true negative, false positive, and false negative an equivalent performance. Next. All right, this is comparison of Uniflow data for single and hybrid classifier. So we compared that with the available machine learning using linear regression, KNN, decision tree, random forest, and naive Bayes. And there's the decision tree almost provide very good performance, but we wanted to study on the hybrid feature as well, but it gives a slightly better accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. Next one. This is a BiFlow dataset results. And if you can see the BiFlow dataset results giving validation loss not very good. Not sure what happened, but it only provide the validation of accuracy up to the 20 epoch. So we are still looking into what happened in the BiFlow dataset results. And this provides some insights whereby the accuracy is okay, but the loss is basically from about 0.35, it's increasing up. Next. All right, so looking at this for BiFlow scenario, it doesn't provide that much of accuracy for the XBoost algorithm and neural network algorithm. We are still looking into the BiFlow scenario. And next, please. This is comparison of BiFlow data single hybrid classifier. However, you can see the accuracy is more than the Uniflow. It provides the 96 accuracy, which does not correlate on the epoch validation loss. So it's something that we are still looking at it. Next, please. All right. So the threats to watch in IoT as well as the computer network are the numbers of vulnerability discovered in OT and IoT devices that remains high, which several considered critical and easy exploitable. Because nowadays, when we have data and on IoT, it is if the wireless is open, there are no security, there are a lot of data that can be used. Health, energy, and manufacturing continue to be high targeted sectors by threat actors as ransomware continues to go into this organization. And opportunistic attacks remain, exploiting vulnerability, abusing credential, and phishing attempts for initial access. So DDoS attempts and Trojan execution. So a sample model can be an alternative to improve feature selection in IDS. However, the combination of type of machine learning could also depend on the data set and application of the system. I think that's thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Give applause to Dr. Sharifah here. Okay, very interesting presentation. Yeah, I made a note that this research related to the IoT is promising a lot of development, Dr. Sharifah, and also came along with the multiple threats related to the security. And from the presentation, we can learn about how the data set, how the thread and sampling, as well as the performance of IoT. Yeah. So for the next session, I will give audience opportunity to discuss, to give a question to Dr. Sharifah as our invited speaker. We still have 10 minutes, Pak Bagus, Okay, so I will invite 3, maybe 2 from the on-site and 1 from Zoom, for our audience. Is there any question from the on-site? Okay, the first question, Pak Khairul. Please, Pak Khairul.
Thank you very much, Pak, for the time, and also Dr. Sharifah for the nice presentations. I have 3 questions, but if the time is not enough, just answer with the available time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Pak.
so the first, to the best of my knowledge, that UDP, not UDP, TCP first. TCP is requiring long time for transmissions, because of they require guarantee of the correct packet. So when it is incorrect, so request to the transmitter to send again the packet. That's why it require long time compared to UDP. Then my question is that based on your experience for working in this IoT technology, especially when you consider about the security, so which protocol is the best for the IoT transmission? Okay, the first question. The second question is that when we talk about the security in IoT, it means that we are talking about the security for short data packet. However, the security requires long data packets such that the encryption is strong, because from the information theory perspective, the entropy of the key should be larger than the entropy of the message. Yeah, that's why usually it requires long. But for the IoT, the data cannot be long. So how the scientists or how you also you solve this problem? So this the second question. The third question is that when you are making presentation, I just check the current development of the security in MQTT. To the best of my knowledge, it is based on TLS encryption. And then I check that TLS encryption is also vulnerable or risk to the attack of the quantum computer. So what is your comment about this? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Khairul. Very interesting question. Maybe Dr. Sharifah. Okay.
All right. For the first question on TCP, you mentioned on what is the best communication, whether it's TCP or
Best
best
protocol,
protocol. Okay. Usually when we are building a platform for IoT, for example, I think your research group in Malaysia as well, we are basically doing on application base. And some of them are looking at the tsunami, some of them are looking at the fruits, some of them are looking at the floods. So it depends how reliable your data need to be. Yeah. And MQTT sits on top of TCP. COAP sits on top of UDP. So that's a good question, where it lingers to me as well when I did this research, because this research was done on complementing the half part of the project from Telkom-U. So
Related, yeah.
Not blaming, but it's a good research that we have done, because before this, when we are looking at IoT, we only look at the we did not look at the MQTT communication. So it was something interesting for us to study on what could be the lightweight IDS for MQTT communication. Still coming back to your question is it depends on the application, how reliable you want. If it's a flood, it's very crucial. We had also in Batu Pahat, Johor, every year they have the council have to look into this flood whereby they need some measures. So you need to have a very reliable application. However, if you are looking at an agriculture of mushroom, for example, it's not very crucial. So that would depend on the application. The second question
related to the size of a packet in IoT, because the challenge is
encryption. Yeah. All right.
The size is too big, right?
Agree on that, and still, my studies did not go into deep on the encryption that we look into the packet. What are we doing now is looking at the pattern of the attacks. So we are protecting it according to the pattern still. So to encrypt, as you mentioned, it will be giving the challenge to the IoT platform. So whether or not we want to go there to encrypt still, and whether or not that packet is very important enough to be encrypted as such. Third question.
Okay, and the third related to the TLS. As we know, the MQTT is using the TLS for security, right? Is there any best comment? Yeah.
Well, okay. Still in my wish list. Not into that yet, but I think TLS is it's a security for the network layer, or is it the transport layer? Because TLS is in TCP, for example. I'm very well versed in TCP. The security, it depends on the layer. Where is it protecting? However, when you're looking at IDS, it looks overall of the pattern. So it doesn't look at what level of the security is. So I'm not sure whether I'm answering Dr. Khairul question. See, I think we need to look at that. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it depends on the which layer we focus on, the TCP or OC layer related to the security. Okay. Pak Khairul, is it enough? Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I will open to the second question. Yeah, maybe from Zoom or from outside, and we still have 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. Dari Zoom ada? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe we will continue to the second session. Dr. Sharifah, I think your presentation very good, very excellent, and keep on continuous good work with us, collaboration with Telkom University. Thank you very much. Give applause to Dr. Sharifah. Okay, for the second session, we have a keynote speaker from Korea, Professor So Young-shin. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Professor So Young-shin, let me introduce yourself to audience in the ApWiMob 2023. Professor So Young-shin received his PhD in electrical engineering and computer science from Seoul National University on 2006. He was with Samsung Electronics in Suwon, South Korea from 2007 until 2010. And then he joined as a full-time professor to School of Electrical Engineering, Department of IT Convergent Engineering at Kumo National Institute of Technology in Gumi, South Korea from 2010. His research interests include future wireless communication, signal processing, unmanned mobility, Internet of Things, and AI, or related to deep learning application. Today, Professor Sui will explain detail about the new era of radio access technology for beyond 5G and 6G. So, Professor So,
Yep.
okay, I will give you opportunity to present around 45 minutes, and then we will have a
45 minutes.
answer for 15 minutes. Okay,
Okay.
please, Professor So.
Okay. Thank you for your kind introduction. And I hope I could be there, but because of the tight schedule, it's very sad. So I wear batik. Can you see my red batik? I envy you guys.
Very nice batik, yeah, Professor.
Yeah, yeah, very nice to me too. Okay, so let me start today's topic. What I'm trying to say today is the new era, or what I can say that is new era, or just novel radio access technologies, which is considered for beyond 5G and 6G. Okay, the contents will be like this. So I will try to introduce our research group shortly, and then overview about the people beyond 5G and 6G and potential radio access technologies for the 5G and 6G. And we will try to say what we are doing with related to B5G and 6G. Okay, so because already I was introduced, so I will skip this slide. And if you have any questions or any comments, you can try to contact through this email address. That's enough. And this is our research group, and we have around 30 graduate students are researching together what we are trying to pursue. And this is one of the pictures recently taken from the graduation ceremony. The research area is already described too. So there are 3 pillars in our research group. There's a 5G, 6G research, and mobility, unmanned mobility, and AI and deep learning. And today we are trying to focusing on the 5G and beyond and 6G. Okay, overview of beyond 5G and 6G. So I think everybody knows what is the 5G, and I didn't visit the Indonesia recently, but I believe there is already 5G services available, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Then I think everybody knew what is the requirement of 5G. And after 5G is established, they are trying to pursue the 6G continuously. So this is the expectation, what the key performance indexes in 6G. So the expectation date of the 6G will be 26 or 27, 28. Compared to previous generation, the time schedule is a little bit ahead. Previously, the 1G will usually take 10 years, but from the 5G, I think it will be reduced to 8 years, 7 years, like that. So as a 3GPP timeline, as you can see from the slide, they are expecting the 5G advance at the end of 2025. And then release 19 and 20, they are trying to target about the 60 studies. And release 21, the 60 standard will be published. This is an expected timeline. And one of the key points that the 6G is targeting is they are trying to pursue the non-terrestrial network. Previously, until 5G, we are trying to focusing on the ground network usually. And I think because of it is already saturated, they are trying to pursue the higher in the air, such as drone, aircraft, LEO, satellite. Yeah, this is a 6G. Then what will be the 7G? I don't know either, but maybe they are trying to say about the interstellar communication. Yeah, let's see what will come in the future, about 20 years later. Okay, so this is the emerging application of 6G, what they are trying to pursue. Okay, let me try to study about the key enablers of the 5G first. Then this is from Qualcomm, and there are a lot of enabling technologies. But one of the most important thing related to KPI, I believe there are two technologies called as massive MIMO and the millimeter wave higher frequency. So let me study about the higher frequency first. Usually we are trying to use the low band or lower band, and especially for the 5G, we are using lower mid band, such as 3.5G or 3.7G and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So lower mid band or upper mid band can provide the 5G KPI, but still it is very smaller than the millimeter waves and sub-tera. So the 5G is targeting the millimeter waves first, such as 28 gigahertz or 35 gigahertz. They are trying to target it. And as you can see, sub-tera, they are trying, the 6G will pursue. But the problem is that this is one of the recent news, not recent. The Korean mobile carriers or service providers almost gave up about the 28 gigahertz. That means millimeter waves. Due to even they have a fine, they gave up. So the reason why should be, although this is in Korean, oops, I think I put something, sorry. This is a coverage. This is a coverage in Korean. But as you can see, 5G 3.5, they can cover up to kilometer. But 5G 20 gigahertz, they can try to provide up to 100 or 150 meters. So that means 28 gigahertz, as you know already, the 28 gigahertz need a lot of base station compared to the 3.5G, 5G. That means it is not, okay, theoretically or physically, they can provide higher bandwidth and high speed, but in economical sense, they cannot provide the coverage for the national level. So this is the situation. That's why the providers gave up. Okay, so what the 6G will pursue in the higher frequency? Yeah, even the 28 gigahertz has a symptom like this, but they are try to pursue sub-terahertz, 92 to 300 gigahertz. Yeah, as you know well, there will be advantages. We can get greater bandwidth, which means that we can increase the capacity. And one of the another advantages is that higher frequency, we can reduce the size of the antenna. And the higher frequency is proved that minimum impact on the human body, but still it is ongoing. We don't know what kind of RF what impact of the radio frequency on the human body is still under investigation, but it is proved a little bit. Okay, so this is one of the figure that what frequencies will be considered for the 6G. And this is a recent result that the LG Electronics succeeded in the 5G wireless transmission with this 55 to 175 gigahertz over 300 meters. But this is a line of sight situation. Anyway, there is still the technologies are evolving, but still there is issues such as it is known, even the 28 gigahertz is short, the coverage is short. I think the sub-tera will be shorter than that. Then it will be, the sub-terahertz are affected by a lot of scattering and absorption by, especially for the rain and the water components. And even compared to 28 gigahertz, millimeter wave, less penetration, and still it is very early stage. So all the components are very, very expensive. Maybe this kind of thing will be handled easier as the technologies are developing, but still it's very, very expensive. Okay, let me switch to massive MIMO. So the massive MIMO, I show this kind of a legacy antenna without any special multiplexing, but let's try to think about the massive MIMO to the right-hand side. They are trying to say about the 3D beamforming, three-dimensional beamforming. Okay, this is the, so that they can provide the multiple streams together with multiple users at the same time. Okay, and the typical number of antennas known in the massive antenna, massive MIMO, sorry, that the base station size usually over 100 and the mobile station size up to usually 8. So I got some information from the Ericsson. So they tried to using the mid-band and the antenna number is 192. So these are the antennas are integrated in the base station. Okay, so that they can provide it the higher capacity compared to earlier stages. So this is one of the figures that shown that the 3GPP evolution for the MIMO. This is the initial 44R cases and 4G 88R, 8 transmitter, 8 receiver. They are trying to provide it diversity multiplexing and beamforming. And in the massive MIMO, they are trying to enhance further by 3D beamforming. Oh, sorry. Okay. And beam sweeping and blah, blah, blah. There are a lot of issues are still there. But anyway, the massive MIMO is commercialized. As I did earlier, let's try to check about the pros and cons of the massive MIMO. I said this is the main radio access technology for the 5G is massive MIMO. So advantages, as you can see easily, it will improve the spectral efficiency, and by beamforming, it could, using the high frequency, they can reach further. So that's we can say that energy efficiency. But there are some disadvantages. I am the viewpoint try to attack the massive MIMO, but maybe there could be another viewpoint. So I'm trying to say my viewpoint, okay? So one of the well-known problem of massive MIMO is called as a pilot contaminations. So when we try to estimate the channel, they are trying, the uplink pilot should be sent to the base station, and based on the information, that kind of pilot information, the downlink control will be there. But because of the massive antennas and massive connections, the number of channel estimation should be increased. That means number of pilots should increase more and more. So what the pilot contamination says that because of the pilot, we cannot send any data to the uplink side. So we call it as a pilot contamination. Another thing is that, as you can easily understanding, because of multiple antenna and as the number of antennas are increasing, the signal processing complexity is getting higher and higher. Even for maybe 6G, yeah, it will be higher either, higher too, right? And the power consumption, because of the signal processing and the multiple antenna at the same time, power consumption is increasing. And another thing, it is still under research, but spectral efficiency, as the number of antenna is increasing, the spectral efficiency is saturating. It is well known, one of the research. And there is interferences between the base stations and between the antenna elements. There are interference could be increased. And then channel estimations challenges related to pilot contaminations. But anyway, these are the disadvantages of massive MIMO. So what will be the massive MIMO in the 6G? So there are two names usually given. Another two names as extreme MIMO and abbreviation as XMIMO or Giga MIMO. And the extreme MIMO, usually it is provided by Samsung, but they said that up to 4 times more antenna than 5G. So let's try to say 100 antenna in the 5G, then 6G maybe 400 antennas. And GigaMIMO, this is suggested by the Qualcomm. They said that on order magnitude more, that means at least 10 times. So 1,000 antennas will be in the 6G. So what I said in the previous disadvantages will be more severe in the 6G. Okay, so what I want to say is that here is the key. Yeah, key technologies for the B5G and 6G is higher frequency and more antennas. Yeah, that will be possible, and that will be the one of the directions that the 6G is pursuing. But still, when we consider the economic situations, we still need to enhance further about the spectral efficiency in the lower band, such as 3.5G or below 10 gigahertz. So we are trying to pursue what kind of RAT then can enhance the spectral efficiency in the lower band. And before going to I need to define what is the radio access technology, but I think everybody knew already. But in other words, we could say that wireless access technologies and definition, I could say definition, but yeah, anyway, the RAT is underlying physical connection method. It includes radio resources, how we can use those radio resources and what kind of new radio resources are available is my concern. And I think that is a radio access technology. And these are related to physical layer, MAC layer, and radio resource control layer. Okay, this is the introduction. And then let me try to explain some of the potential radio access technologies for the B5G and 6G. So before studying, I would try to make a classification about what kind of potential RATs. So first thing is that breaking the orthogonality. So I believe everybody knows what is the orthogonality in the communication. So, but for easy understanding, I captured from the Wikipedia. In the telecommunication, multiple access, whatever, the orthogonality is that ideal signal can be completely reject arbitrary strong unwanted signal, any interference from the desired signal. So previously, before 5G, still we are keeping the orthogonality to maintain the minimum interference between the signals. But because of that, there is a limitation about the spectral efficiency. So they are trying to break the orthogonality. But previous radio access technology or multiple access such as FDMA, TDMA, CDMA, they kept the orthogonality. Even the OFDM, they are trying to keep the orthogonality. But these days, they are trying to break orthogonality to enhance the spectral efficiency further. I will try to show 2 examples today. The one is the non-orthogonal multiple access called as NOMA. So the second one is that spectral efficiency frequency division multiplexing, kind of a replacement of OFDM called as SEFDM. The NOMA, I will try to explain further, but it could serve multiple users in the same resource. By that, it can improve the spectral efficiency. And spectral SEFDM, in the second one, they are trying to squeeze. So they are trying to narrow the intercarrier spacing compared to OFDM, so they can improve the spectral efficiency too. Let me try to explain the NOMA. So I already said that the NOMA is that multiple users are using the same resource block. It could be time, it could be subcarrier, it could be code. So based on what kind of resources that they are using, we can divide it. There's a code domain, other variants, but today I will try to focusing on the power domain. By make it possible to multiple users are using the same resource block, it could provide the higher connectivity and higher capacity. Okay, let me explain a little bit about the power domain NOMA. So don't worry about too much about the equational things. Here, these are frequency and power. As you can see, same bandwidth, but user 1 and user 2 are trying to be transmitted. Those two signals are transmitted together from the base station. So here, the longer cases, longer one, then these user 1 signal will be decaying and the user 2 signal will be there. Although the power with less power because of the attenuation. So user 2 just decoding the user 2 signal. User 1 case, there is a strong interference of user 2. So decoding the user 2 first, and then successive interference cancellation, then user 1's signal will be remaining, then user 1's UE1 signal will be decoded. SIC is one of the well-known technologies such as full duplex communications. So these kind of things applied, especially for the, I'm saying about the downlink cases. So let's try to think about the conventional comparison about the conventional OMA, we call this OMA, orthogonal multiple access. In the conventional cases, if we provided two users at the same time, we have to divide it, the bandwidth, to keep the orthogonality as the above figure. But in the non-orthogonal multiple access, we can try to using a full bandwidth with different power. So this is the key point of the power domain NOMA. But the thing is that the NOMA in the 3GPP, still it is not included in the 6G. Initially, release 15, they study about the NOMA as a new radio technology, but they gave up and it is not included in the 5G because of implementation complexities. And they said that compared to MIMO, the NOMA gain is not that high. So it is not included in the 5G, and only some part for the uplink side, NOMA is included, but not fully implemented yet. So I believe then in the 6G level, the connectivity, massive connectivity is more required. Then this is one of the technologies that can be considered. And these days, the satellite communication, they are trying to apply NOMA in Korea. Some of the industrial projects are already working. So I believe, I hope, I expected there more trials on NOMA in the 6G. Okay, I said about the bright side of NOMA only, but there will be the pros and cons for every technology. So the advantages I already said that high system capacity can be achieved and massive connectivity can be provided. And compared to previous orthogonal manner, we can provide it fairness for the lower power or cell edge users by applying the NOMA cases. But disadvantages is, as I said, that breaking orthogonality means that inter-user interferences are increasing. So we need to combat with this interference cancellation. And because of those interference cancellation in the near user, then the signal processing complexity is increasing. And still there is implementing is limited. So still there is a lot of researches and practical implementations are required. Okay, this is NOMA. Okay, second topic is the spectral efficient frequency division multiplexing, called as SFDM. So I show the one figure directly. You can directly understand the concept. This is above figure is OFDM, orthogonal frequency division multiplexing. The lower one is the SFDM. So pack more subcarrier given the bandwidths. By that, we can increasing the spectral efficiency. So compared to if the bandwidth is for the OFDM is B, if we squeeze further the subcarriers, then the bandwidth is decreasing. So this amount of bandwidth can be saved. Then another subcarrier can be allocated here too. Or for the given bandwidth, we can try to use more carriers. Okay. Oops. Oh, this is now updated. I'm sorry. The later part there will be there, so I will try to say it later. So compared to OFDM, as you see, it can improve the spectral efficiency. And you know what is a PEPR problem of OFDM, but it's very limited time, so I'll skip it. But it is reported to lower PAPR compared to OFDM. And it's a similar transceiver structure compared to OFDM. So we can easily implement IFFT and FFT structure. And frequency of that lower sensitivity. Okay, disadvantages, because of these parts is related to breaking orthogonality, is increasing the interference. So it could cause high intercarrier interference. And signal processing will be complicated, and more complex time domain equalization need to be implemented. So, as always, better spectral efficiency, but complexity and interference. Okay, so I showed the two examples of breaking orthogonality cases for the RAT. Now we are trying to focusing on the novel domain-based RATs. So previously, they are trying to using the same domain, such as power or frequency, but now they are trying to provide something. So introduce the novel domain-based RATs try to introduce new domain, which means that new radio resources are available. So we can think the MIMO is kind of introducing new domain called as a special domain. So in this speech, I will try to say two novel domain cases called as index modulations and orbital angular momentum. So index modulation is trying to using the traditional radio resources, but it could be used as a different manner, such as antenna indices, subcarriers, radio frequency meters, time slots, codes, and etc. And OAM tried to introduce the vortex domain. So let's see each of those technologies. So maybe some of you already knew what is the index modulation. So this figure shows that the differences between the spatial multiplexing and one of the technology called as a spatial modulation. So these two symbols for user 1, user 2 can be separately transmitted. We call it as a spatial multiplexing. And there is a transmit diversity called as LMT code or something like that. We could sending two different symbols at the same time and recover it for diversity. And the spatial modulations, so S1 and S2 signal is there, but S1 signal is really transmitted. And S2 signal could be used by, detected by which antenna is transmitting. So antenna 1 is transmitting, then S2 signal is 0. If antenna number 2, this is transmitting, then S2 is 1. By switching which antenna is transmitting, we can send additional information. So this is the one of the example of index modulation. So here you can see the bit is coming, and P1 bit, if we can divide the bits into P1 and P2, the P2 can be sent as a classical memory constellation modulation, and P1 can be sent as a index. This is a index modulation. There are a lot of domains are available: space domain, frequency domain, time domain, code channel, polarization, and 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, more dimensional. Yeah, by accessing more dimension, we could send in more information. Okay, this is one of the typical example of spatial modulation. So you can see that this is the classical IQ plane. But classical IQ plane is sending the information using the constellation modulation. But if we are trying to think about which antenna is transmitting that constellation, we can additionally send more information. For example, this figure, there are 4 antennas, so we can get these 2-bit combination. So TX1 antenna is transmitting the classical information plus 00 can be transmitted. If TX2 is 10, something like that. By this, we can enhance the system capacity. So we called it as a higher BPCU, bit per channel use. And one of the benefit by using the index modulation is we can try to reduce the bit error rate at the same time, lower complexity compared to SM. So I need, how many times do I have?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, I have to hurry. So index modulations, as I said, enhance the system capacity and reduce BR. But disadvantage is maybe what kind of resources are available for viewpoint of index. And in the real implementation level, what kind of indexes are available. And another thing is that all the indexes are not always available at the same time. Sometimes we have to choose. And this is related to research-related disadvantages that still is ongoing research. And because of the 5G and 6Gs are based on the massive MIMO, how those index modulation can be incorporated with massive MIMO is still under question. Okay, next one is that orbital angular momentum, but I think it's working. So I got it from the internet, so for easy understanding. Okay, that's enough for the OAM. And if you want more information, you can try to search from the YouTube. So the OAM, so as you can see from the previous video, different vortex. The vortex means that the rotation of RF signal could be orthogonal to each other. So those signals will be transmitted together without any interference. So it can enhance the spectral efficiency. And because of those vortexes are known as orthogonal, they don't have any interference with each other. So no ICI, no IMI. So compared to MDMA, is that another name of the OMA. compared to MIMO, they can achieve higher capacity, spectral efficiency. So this is another well-known area these days for enhancing the wireless communication capacity. Okay, advantages, as I said, that the high system capacity because of they keep the orthogonal with each other, and number of generating the OAM mode, we can try to make a higher degree of freedom. So enhancing further is possible. Yeah, let's see the disadvantages. Then they need a special type of antenna called as SPP or circular antenna, shown as this. This type of antenna is required. What we are using in the RF signal until now, we are using the planar wavelets, plain wavelets like this. But to distort kind of this vortex, specialized antenna is required. And beam is divergent. They are trying to go into here directly, but as the mode is changing, the divergence is different. And if misalignment issue is there too, if these are a little bit declined or inclined, the communication loss is higher. Okay, this is the potential RITs, but I don't have enough time, so I will try to keep faster now. So what we are doing in our research group. So for spectrum efficiency enhancement, let's try to say that this is 4 technologies, major technologies we are trying to integrate these days is massive MIMO and non-orthogonal multiple access and index modulation plus orthogonal, orbital angular momentum. So we are trying to integrate these 4 key technologies to enhance further. So this is one of our initial job to try to develop the massive MIMO NOMA simulator. So in this scenario cases, base station and the multiple users with different beams and how many users are there within a beam, then what could be achievable, the capacity. We developed this kind of simulator and you can download it here from this link if you want. And we are trying to combine the NOMA and IM. So as you see from previous IM, non-orthogonal multiple access, non-orthogonal multiple access with index modulation. So these bandwidths will be transmitted here, or here could be additional information. So by achieving NOMA and SSK as an IM, we are achieving better capacity than just single MIMO NOMA cases. Okay, OFDM IM, for the SFDM IM, I have to explain the OFDM IM first, but you can try to refer this paper. Just say that out of 4 carriers, which subcarrier is active means as an index. For example, 0, 0, 1, 2, 1, 0, 2, 2, 3, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 1, 0, 3, 4, something like which kind of subcarrier is active as a additional information. This is called as a OFDM IM. So we enhanced further by SCFDM IM. So this is SCFDM IM transmitter, same as OFDM IM, but only here SCFDM IM squeezing is required. So this is a traditional OFDM. Then SCFDM can squeeze the bandwidth like this. And OFDM, sorry, for S you don't need it, think about it. So which kind of subcarrier is active means additional information. Similar as SCFDM, OFDM IM, we can try to develop SDFDM IM, which is published on 2003. And the spectral efficiency is better and BEL is almost similar or better. OAM IM, so this is also an addition of previous research. So out of, this is concentric link antennas out there. Out of OAM mode, which mode is enabled has a additional information. So the OAM IM could enhance the the less complexity, so less beam interferences, so the BER could be decreases. This is a previous work. So that's why we try to integrate it, massive MIMO with NOMA. So these two users with as a one beam, one OAM mode with different power, and which kind of active mode out of these concentric antennas is enabled as additional information. So by that, the NOMA OAM IM with MIMO is achieving the higher capacity compared to NOMA MIMO or MIMO OAM IM. Wow, it's really bit complicated, the name. Okay, and we are trying to find out the new indexes. This is one of the examples called as impedance indexes. So out of multiple impedance, which one is transmitted in the receiver side? They detect what kind of impedance is transmitted. Based on that, we are trying to sending additional information. And we are keeping search about what kind of new indexes are available. And as the number of the radio resources are increasing, the radio resource allocation and optimization is a key issue. So these days they are trying to apply the deep learning or AI. And in our lab, we are trying to using the quantum neural network for optimizing the radio resource allocation. So this is kind of initial research we have represented. And by the quantum neural networks, we can reduce the number of complexity and achieving similar with classical neural networks somewhat. This research is still ongoing. Okay, let me conclude this speech. So I address several RAT research challenges for V5G and 6G and some introduction about the new novel RAT that can be possible for 6G or the future. And I showed some of our research work related to integration of diverse RATs. And I believe this could be a future works that developing the novel RAT for 6G and 6G beyond 6G. And for radio resources are increasing, so how to optimize the radio resource allocation using the deep learning or other optimization tools would be our short future works. Yeah, thank you for your listening. And if you have any questions, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Sin. Give applause for Professor Sin for the very interesting topic regarding the 5G and 6G. Professor Sin, before we open the question and answer, I will answer the first question. How about in Indonesia? In several cities in Indonesia, we already experiencing 5G, such in Bandung, Jakarta, also in Bali. We already experiencing more than 100 megabit per second in our mobile devices, and it's quite a very interesting experience. And I saw that near future, the 6G promising bigger bandwidth. In the time also we have a challenge that bigger frequency need to provide bigger bandwidth. And also, as you mentioned before, there also will be threat for our human body related to bigger frequency. But I think it's quite interesting. In the next several years, maybe we will experiencing more intro for 6G. Okay, so we still have around 15 minutes, Professor Sin. We will open the discussion.
Sure.
We open for 3 questions. For the first 2 questions is we offer to participant in the hotel right now. We open. Okay, Pak Khairul, the first question. And then, sorry, the first question is Dr. Khairul, Professor Sin, and maybe Dr. Khairul, please.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Sin. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, very clearly.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I do hope that I can meet you in person within 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Anwar?
Yes, I am
Okay.
Khairul Anwar. Yes.
Then you don't have to ask now.
Yeah, no problem. Maybe when I meet you, I ask another question. Okay, so at least I have 3 questions.
3, okay.
Yeah. So the first, you talk about the power domain NOMA.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to the best of my knowledge, when we consider the mobility of the users, the channel will destroy the power. So my question is then, do you think that power domain NOMA is effective for the multiple access technique? Because we cannot control the power of the channel. So our design of the power domain NOMA may be destroyed by the channel. So this is the first question. The second is about the SEFDM, spectral efficient frequency division multiplexing. I know it very well because with when we destroy the orthogonality, then we can obtain better throughput and also better capacity for that. However, when we consider the target of the 6G, which is about 1 terabit per second, it means that we need 50 until 100 times compared to the 5G. So do you think that the spectral efficiency obtained by SEFDM is enough to obtain 50 until 100 times of the improvement? To the best of my knowledge, the best way is using OAM. Yeah, OAM, you also presented OAM. We are also working on OAM. But we combine with the quantum D-array, not the quantum binary, but the quantum D-array. So currently we have successfully made the result for the quantum with ternary. So we call qubit, not qubit. And we can combine that with OAM, then we can obtain the higher spectral efficiency with quantum. So my question is that, can you give the comment on the which one is more efficient, SEFDM or OAM? And the third, this is about the index modulation. So in your slide, you saw that with the index modulations, we can decrease the bit error rate. Yeah. So would you please explain from which point the bit error rate can be decreased by the use of the index modulations? So thank you very much, Prof. Sin, and I do hope very clear answer from you and also the inspiring response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harold. Okay, Professor Sin.
Wow, you are asking another lecture. Okay, so let me start with the power domain NOMA first. So what I'm thinking is that what you say is that the power domain should be valid when the power differences between 2 users, right? But because of mobility, let's try to say that the UE1 is close to UE2 is close to UE1, then there is no power differences. So in that cases, the power domain NOMA is not working. So based on these 2 user cases, maybe we are using only these 2 users, but there are multiple users out there. So which users should be paired? That is the research topic already investigated well. So in these 2 user cases, maybe this user is close to UE1, then this is not working. But in that cases, we need to find out another user to make it as another pair. We have already some kind of research, some research result related to NOMA with mobility cases. So you can refer that kind of paper. Then it is already investigated. Okay, second question is that the SCFDM you said, then maybe you could, oops, sorry. Where is it? CFDM itself is not enough, as you told, is not enough to satisfy the 6G requirement. But as I told you earlier, our target is not making the 6G requirement with this technology, but I am trying to focusing on the spectral efficiency enhancement on the lower band. The 6G requirement will be fulfilled by higher frequency and more antennas, as we did in the 5G. But because of these issues still, we may need, so that's why I showed this kind of news from Korea, right? Even those big three in Korea, wireless providers such as Telkom, they gave up because of high number of base stations are required for provided national level coverage. It's impossible. Okay, the coverage is very short. Okay, 6G, this is 28 gigahertz, 6G, sub-tera, how much you will expect? 10 meter? I don't know. Who knew that? Maybe new technology will be there. They can be extended further. Maybe, but still, it's not economical solution. So as I told you, they provide until 320 meter line of sight with this frequency. But what if there is obstacles such as buildings, trees, blah, blah, blah. Maybe less than 100. So theoretically, they can achieve the 6G KPI, but practically, maybe or maybe not. That's my concern. So what I'm trying to say is that still, they are pursuing the higher frequency and more antennas, but I believe the lower band spectral efficiency enhancement is still required. And I believe the SAFDM could be one of the solutions. And as you said, that OEM is kind of has a bright future, but the thing is that, as I told you, this kind of specific antenna type, I don't know what kind of quantum antenna did you develop, but this kind of special antenna could be incorporated with massive MIMO. How is missing? As you know that massive MIMO is using the planar antenna with multiple arrays. How these antenna could be integrated in the 6G or 5G massive MIMO base station? Because they need a specialized antenna. So there is a kind of still open issue. So both SCFDM and OFDM is not the answer for the 6G KPI. I believe the 6G KPI can be achieved by higher frequency, sub-terahertz, and excessive MIMO or giga-MIMO. And the IM related to final question is that how the IM can reduce the BR? This is very simple. You can think about the higher modulation for 4-bit transmission, we need 6-com, right? 16-com. But here is that there is a full QPSK and another QPSK. So compared to this constellation decision area with these two, the BR should be less. Can you understand what I'm trying to explain?
You are exploiting the Hamming distance.
Right. So higher distance than the higher modulation.
Yeah, I mean Hamming distance and Euclidean distance.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yes.
So
okay.
that's why the decision area is larger using the index modulation. So that's why the BR could be lowered.
Okay, very nice. Thank you very much, Prof. Sin.
Thank you. I hope I could satisfy you.
Yes, you did. You did. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dr. Khairul, yeah, and also Professor Sin. Okay, because of our limited time, yeah, maybe I will offer to. Is there any audience in Zoom that have question? maybe we will give a opportunity. Okay, from Pak Uke ya. Okay, Professor Sin, there is one question in the in the chat in the chat in Zoom.
Yeah, I
Professor.
saw that. What
Okay.
is the key point priorities for designing, planning, and 6G and 5G and 6G? Yeah, as I told you earlier, key is still the 3GPP is trying to focusing on the more antennas and higher frequency. That's the key. So sub-terahertz and more antennas. Okay, but still, I believe we need to using the lower band because of the coverage issue.
Yes.
So maybe this is a very personal opinion. The company or 3GPP or the service provider said that we can achieve the 60 KPI with this number of base station, this higher frequency. But practically what we are trying to using, they provide is this one. So it's kind of a cheating. Okay, theoretically they can satisfy the 6G KPI, but practically what we have to use is lower band because of the coverage. So you don't have to use, should I say this? You don't have to using 5G now.
Don't have to.
Yeah, I'm using 4G.
Because our iPhone is already 5G enabled.
Yeah,
Professor
my
Sin.
phone is 5G capable, but I'm using 4G. Almost no difference in the viewpoint of the lower band. Okay, so this is what we are trying to pursue. So that's why. So every research, most of researchers are trying to focusing on the higher frequency and more antenna processing, but still there is a room because of the practical issue. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say today.
Thank you very much, Professor Sin. There is always a trade-off between one achievement and also the other challenge. Yeah,
that's natural.
Okay, enough. Okay, thank you very much from Pak Uke. I think it will close our session. Professor Sin, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation and very updating knowledge regarding the 5G and beyond. Yeah, for the telecommunication advanced research. I think this discussion will not be finished today, Pak Khairul. Maybe we will have another discussion to answer the complex part of the 5G and 6G beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Enjoy the Bali.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Sin. Give applause for Professor Sin. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, everybody. I think we will move to the third session. Yeah, we will invite Professor Yoshia Kasahara to come in front of us to present. Professor Yoshia Kasahara from Kanazawa University. And before Professor Kasahara start the presentation, I will introduce our speaker. Yeah, Professor Yoshia Kasahara is professor with affiliation in Emerging Media Initiative, Kanazawa University, Japan. He is also my supervisor for my PhD study in Kanazawa University. Thank you, Sensei. He got the PhD from Kyoto University in 1996, yeah, and he had been research associate with Kyoto University since 1992. And after that, he joined Kanazawa University as associate professor in 2002, and he is currently a professor in Kanazawa University and also a visiting professor in Nagoya University. His research interests include radio science, intelligent signal processing, theoretical study on generation and propagation mechanism of wave in space plasma. He also member of SGEPSS, GPGU, IEICE, IPSG, AGU, AOGS and also URSI. Okay. So for Professor Kasahara, I think it is your time to give the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for my invitation. So I'm much honored to be invited to this conference. And so my talk is about signal processing technology in radio science for solar terrestrial research. Maybe it is quite different from the one you are now studying, but I believe that some technologies are common or similar to yours. Okay, so please next. Okay, so first of all, I will briefly introduce the background of our research. Okay, so space, what is space environment, and to so why we need to study about it. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is examples of the measurement of solar terrestrial environment. So this movie is data from the Soho spacecraft to measure the environment of the surface of the sun. Okay, so you see in the middle of this movie, this is the sun, and you may find that some gases are ejected from the surface of the sun. Okay, so this is called plasma. That consists of energetic particles of ions and electrons. Okay, so now we depend on the space systems such as communication satellite, broadcast satellite, and so on. But it is very important to know the space environment, because many risks associated with the environment in space, such as radiation hazards for astronauts and the single event upsets of IC, and degradation of solar panels on the satellite. Okay, so this is because when the ejected plasmas affect to the environment around the Earth, then induced currents associated with this plasma might affect these ICs and the solar panels, as well as the power grids on the ground. Okay, next please. Okay, so we need to develop a new technique for the space weather. So what is space weather? Okay, space weather is a concept of changing environmental conditions in outer space. Okay, so we need to know the weather in space. Okay, space weather describes the conditions in space that affect the Earth and its technological systems. Okay, so you may know that the very famous news that the SpaceX has lost 40 satellites due to the magnetic storm. Yeah, this is last year's very famous news. So that's why we need to know the environment in the space. Okay, next please. Okay, so here I show some website to show the space weather environment. So you can access this URL, and then you know that the what the condition is today. Okay, so you may see that the condition of the solar conditions, and also the environment around the Earth, such as ionosphere and so on. Okay, so to know the environment, so we need to measure the space. Okay, please. Okay, so so far we have been studying about the space environment using the scientific satellite. Okay, so these are the pictures we have involved in the mission. Okay, so these spacecraft were orbiting around Earth since 1989 and 1992, okay, called Akebono and Geotel. So we have been measuring the environment in the space. And then now we newly launched a new satellite named Arase in 2016. And we also exploring the environment of the planets such as Mars and the Moon and Mercury. Okay, so these are the previous missions we were involved. And then now we are involved in the Mercury Explorer named Bepi Colombo MEO mission. So this is a joint mission with European countries and Japan. Okay, next please. Okay, so here I show the propagation characteristics of the radio wave. Okay, so you know well about the radio waves. So it propagates. So the it consists of the oscillation of E field and B field, and it propagates like this. This is the direction of the propagation. But if there's a plasma, okay, so plasma is so that this is a definition of the plasma. So plasma is an ionized gas with energetic electrons and ions. So the radio wave consists of E field, oscillation of E field and B field. That causes the interaction with the plasma. Okay, so when the okay, you know that the propagation velocity is basically equal to light of velocity of light in vacuum. But when we detect some, so there's so much plasma around the Earth, then in space plasma, radio wave interacts with electrons and ions, and they may reflect or refract and the reduction of propagation velocity. So by measuring these characteristics, we can know the environment of the plasma. And it is also important to know that the directions of wave normal vector and pointing vector is the direction of the energy propagation, but the wave normal and the pointing vector is different when the radio wave propagate in the space plasma. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is one example. Okay, so we are measuring very low frequency range, less than 10 kilohertz or 20 kilohertz, because they interact with the plasma, electrons and ions. Okay, so this is an example of the propagation path of the radio wave at 10 kilohertz. Okay, so the radio wave, when we emit the radio wave at 10 kilohertz, then they propagate along this ray path because they are trapped along the geomagnetic field lines, and also they interact with the plasma around this environment. Okay, so by measuring these waves by using the satellite, we can know from where these waves propagate, or some characteristic key parameters of the radio waves. By measuring these characteristics, we know the spatial distribution of the plasma around the Earth, because this is almost the same as the MRI for the medical purposes, because the satellite is orbiting around the Earth. So then by measuring these waves, we can know or reconstruct the spatial distribution of the electron profile around the Earth. Okay, next please. Okay, so that's why we measure the VLF wave less than 20 kilohertz in the outer space. So by measuring these waves, we can monitor the radio wave from the sun, and by measuring these waves, so we can monitor the activity of the sun, and also we are we can monitor the radio environment around the Earth and the other planets, because these waves are naturally generated, caused by the interaction between waves and plasmas. So by measuring the naturally generated waves, we can know the magnetic storm are now occurring around the Earth. And there's another source from the surface of the Earth, such as lightning flash and aurora. So these phenomena can generate the other types of VLF waves. Okay, so by measuring these data, so we can measure the plasma parameters around the Earth and the other planets, such as plasma electron density, ion density, and the ratio of the ion constituents, and so on. So finally, we can measure the global structure of the solar terrestrial space. Okay, next please. Okay, so now I will introduce the signal processing to be implemented on the spacecraft. Okay, next please. Okay, so we are measuring the wave around the Earth like this by using this long antenna. Okay, so by measuring this wave, after measuring of the wave, we need to send the data using the telemetry. Okay, but we wish to obtain much data as much as possible. But sorry, okay, but we there's a limitation of the data capacity to send the data to the ground. Okay, next please. Okay, so that's why we implement the software receiver on the spacecraft. Okay, so what is the software receiver? Okay, so this is almost yes, this one, yes. No, please one. Yes, okay. So this is almost similar to the one you have, the mobile phone, because you may install the application software such as map and navigation, or application for mail and SMS and music and movie. So by installing these application software, your mobile phone can work as you wish. Okay, so by changing these application software, we can change the functions of the mobile phone. So we are developing a software to be implemented on the spacecraft. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is a schematic view of our wave instruments. So inside, okay, so we use the electric sensor and magnetic sensor on the spacecraft, and we measure the wave using this receiver. And then in this receiver, we have an onboard CPU, and we process the waveform data inside of the receiver using this CPU. So we call it data processing, mission data processor. And after the processing the data, so we send the data through the telemetry. Okay, so okay, next please. So this is very important to implement the intelligent software to process the signal. Okay. Okay, so here I show the importance of waveform. Okay, so this is the spectrogram of the wave we measure on the spacecraft. Okay, so time and frequency, and this red shows the wave to be detected on the spacecraft. Okay, so if we see just the spectrum, we can know that these, we can measure the very wide band wave like this. But by measuring the waveform, so we can know why it has a broadband wave. Okay, so this is a case of the observation by geotail satellite. So we can see such kind of impulsive wave on the spacecraft. That's why this wave phenomena has a broadband wave. So it is not enough to just measure the spectrum of the wave, but we need to know the waveform to know the plasma environment as a result of the interaction among magnetic field and plasma. Okay, next please. But okay, so this is a case of a software development. Okay, so because the telemetry capacity of the telemetry is quite limited, so this is a case of the Mercury orbiter. So you may be surprised that the telemetry data rate is only 4 kilobps. So very small compared with 5G and 6G. So we need to reduce the total amount of data. But the total amount of data we can measure by our instrument is 5 megabps. So yes, 5 megabps. Yes, so the amount of data we can measure is 1,000 times compared to the telemetry data capacity. So we need to reduce the data as much as possible. So we use the intelligent data compression algorithm for with fast computation time and high compression ratio. But you know that, so there's several kinds of data compression techniques such as JPEG and MPEG or MP3, but it is impossible to apply our technique because we measure the scientific waveform. So if we reduce the data amount by using such a technique, so we cannot measure the very important message because this kind of data compression technique is lossless compression. That means the important message might be distorted. Okay, so maybe you know that this is impossible to reduce the total amount of data down to 4 kilobps by using data compression. So we also implement the data selection function on the spacecraft. Okay, so this is why we need to extract the key parameters such as propagation directions and density, electron density, profile, and so on by measuring the waveform. And also we need to discover and capture the wave events that are scientifically important. So we can't use the normal machine learning because machine learning is a technique to know, detects the well-known phenomena, but we need to know the abnormal phenomena by the receiver. So it is quite important how to discover the important, scientifically important events on the spacecraft. Okay, so this is the picture we have. So we are developing the onboard software using a CPU, and then we implement them and we launch the spacecraft. Okay, next please. Okay, so I'll introduce our space mission now. Okay. Okay, so sorry. Yes, so this is a schematic view of our space environment. So it is well known that the radiation belt exists around the Earth. And the radiation belt is a region where the energetic plasma charged particles are trapped. And this is very hazardous region for the Earth. So we need to know in detailed environment inside of the radiation belt. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is a result detected by the previous satellite named Akebono. So these are the special distributions of energetic particle with energy larger than 2.5 electron volt. Okay, so we know that there's two regions where the energetic particles are trapped around the Earth. So inner belt and outer belt like this. Okay, so this picture shows the distribution of the energetic particle larger than 2.5 mega electron volt. Okay, so this is time and this is radius of the Earth. So here we see the energetic particle trapped in the altitude less than 2 RE, so Earth radii. And we also see the outer belt here in the altitude larger than 3 to 6 Earth radii. But you may see that this trapped particle suddenly disappears and then suddenly appears again like this. So, and here we see very energetic particle, the population of the energetic particle suddenly increases. That's why these particles are generated by the magnetic storm. So that's why we need to know when these particles may appear in the future. Okay, so by measuring the VLF wave, so we can estimate or forecast the environment of the radiation belt. Okay, next please. Okay, and maybe you see, okay, so this is a view of the radiation belt, and please click one more. Yes, okay. So we newly developed a satellite named Arase 6 years ago. So we try to measure the inside of the radiation belt using this satellite. Okay. Yes, so this is overview of our satellite. Okay, so we implement so many kinds of instruments inside of the spacecraft. And our instrument is named PWE, Plasma Wave Experiment. And so we have two kinds of sensors to measure the electric field and the magnetic field. And also we have another type of major instruments named MGF. So that measures the DC magnetic field. Okay, so we launched this satellite in 2016, December. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is a specification of our instruments. Okay, so we have two kinds of sensors to measure the E field up to 10 megahertz and the B field sensor to measure the wave up to 100 kilohertz. And we have three kinds of receivers to measure the lower frequency band, middle frequency band, and the higher frequency band. So, but we just cover the frequency range from DC to 1 megahertz or 10 megahertz. Okay, so we need to measure so wide band frequency range simultaneously. So this is a picture of our satellite. So we implement the magnetic search core here, and this is a wire antenna. And after the launch, we extend this antenna with a length of 15 meters. Okay, so this is a picture of our receiver inside of the satellite. Okay, next please. Okay. Okay, so this is an example of the plasma waves. So this is a spectrogram of time and frequency, and you may see so many kinds of waves are detected by our spacecraft. Next, please. Okay, so this is an example of the wave when the magnetic storm are occurring. Yes, please. Very strange sound. So we cover the frequency up to 20 kilohertz. So this frequency range is the same as the sound. So if we convert into the sound from the original waveform, so we can see such kind of strange spectrum. So this spectrum is generated when the magnetic storm occurs. Okay, so please, yes. So this is another type of wave. So this is also called the chorus we see, we call. So because these sounds are very similar to the birds singing. And these waves are typically evidence that magnetic storm is now occurring. Okay, so next. So this is very strange, like game. Okay. Yes. But this sound is coming from the lightning flash. So when the lightning flash occurs, then we can detect the elements of spectrum like this. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so by measuring these waves, and we try to determine from where this wave comes. Okay, so please start this animation. Okay, so so I showed the propagation characteristic of the wave. So this is a 3D hologram that we measure on the spacecraft. So you may see the polarization of the wave like this. And then we can determine from where this wave comes, because the wave normal direction is perpendicular to the polarization direction. Okay, so by measuring this waveform, we can determine the direction of the wave. Okay, next please. Okay, so to determine the propagation direction, so we measure the spectrogram first to extract the key parameters. Okay, so we use the 5 components of waveform, 2 components for E field and 3 components for B field. And we first calculate the power spectrum of each component, but we cannot determine the propagation direction by using this spectrum. So we calculate on board the cross correlation, cross spectrum of each channels. So by using this cross spectrum, we can determine the wave direction, because this cross term means the polarization direction of the wave. Okay. Next, please. Okay, so this is an example of a result. So these are the spectrum of the wave, and this is a propagation direction determined by these key parameters. So these colors show from where they come. Okay, so we can see these waves are almost propagating almost along the field line, and these are the perpendicular direction, and so on. Okay. Okay, so but these are the example of the key parameters. Okay, so by using the waveform, we can more detailed characteristics to be determined. Okay, so by using this, so this is an example of the chorus wave when the magnetic storm occurs. Then we can determine the polarization of the wave and the planarity. Planarity is what is this a single wave or something? Multiple waves, and wave normal directions and the pointing vector. So so by measuring these parameters, we can determine that these waves are propagating along this direction like this. Okay, thank you. Next, please. Yes. Okay, so another example is like this. So this is an example of the lightning flash. Okay, so you may hear the game-like sound. Okay, so the when one lightning flash occurs, so impulsive wave are generated at this point. And it is very interesting that the propagation velocity changes as a function of frequency, and higher frequency propagates higher with a higher velocity, and lower frequency wave will propagate with a lower velocity. That's why we can detect such kind of noise-like spectrum, because the one impulse wave generated from the lightning flash, then we can detect first the higher frequency, and then we detect the lower frequency. So by using this spectrum, we can determine the propagation length from the source region, as well as the so this time delay is a function of the propagation length, as well as the electron density along the propagation path. So when there exists the dense electron, then the time delay becomes much bigger. So by determining these time differences, we can estimate global electron density along this propagation path. Okay, so this is an example. So where we can determine three types of waves generated from the lightning flash. And by measuring these waves and then determining the propagation direction, we can know from where they come. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is one example. So here we see three kinds of lightning whistlers here, but the time difference is different for each case. And if we determine the propagation direction of these examples, then we know that this example for A and C is propagating towards southward, but the element B is propagating backward. That means these waves first generated on the surface of the Earth and then propagated along this direction and reflected back. Then we can detect the element B, and then reflected back again. Then we can detect element C. So by using this information, we can globally estimate and derive the spatial distribution around the Earth. Okay, next please. Okay, so now we move on to the future mission. So we established the new institute named Advanced Research Center for Space Science and Technology, named ACSAT, in 2019. And there are three divisions inside of this institute. And I'm a leader of this division, so for the solar terrestrial science. And now we are promoting of the Kanazawa CubeSat. So okay, so we are promoting the Kanazawa satellite CubeSat, so study and training in space science and technology for Kanazawa CubeSat. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is the first satellite we are now developing. And this satellite will be will be launched this year. Okay, so compared with the previous one, the size of the satellite is very small. So this satellite is 50 centimeters and 50 centimeters, and the weight is just 50 kilograms. So we will launch this small satellite. So we have developed by ourselves in our university, and we'll launch this satellite this year. So the first satellite is, the first mission is to measure the X-ray and gamma ray from the gravitation, related to the gravitational wave. And okay, so please, okay. So inside, so this is a picture of a new satellite. And so now we are constructing this satellite. And so our laboratory is in charge of the software development inside of the satellite. Okay, next please. Okay, so we are now planning the second mission to measure the wave around the Earth using this small satellite. Okay, so this is a schematic block diagram of our wave receiver. So as I explained previously, that we need to determine the wave direction by using the spectral matrix. And also we need to capture the waveform using the this receiver. And it is quite important to compress the data of the waveform without distortion of the waveform. And another technique to be implemented is a noise reduction technique, because it is quite sensitive to measure the natural wave, but there's a contamination from the inside instruments. So these signals are contaminated into the measured signal. So we need to reduce or this noise inside of the satellite. Okay, so in the this stage, so we are now developing a spectral subtractor module here, and also we are also developing event detection. We using anomaly detection algorithm here. So we are now implementing these modules inside of an FPGA. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is a technique to be used for the noise reduction. Okay, so the measured waves are contaminated with some noise. So to avoid this noise, previous satellite we can implement these sensors apart from the body of the satellite, but it is quite impossible to implement the sensor apart from the satellite body if we use the microsatellite. So this noise can be contaminated from the inside of the spacecraft. Then we estimate the noise spectrum here, and then we subtract the noise on this stage, and then we reverse the spectrum into the original waveform by using this part. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is an example. Okay, so this is a case where the natural wave chorus contaminated by the internal noise like this. So we use the recursive filter to estimate the inside noise like this. Then we can separately estimate the noise, and then we can subtract this background noise. Then we can get the very good quality of the signal. we wish to gain. Okay, thank you very much. So next please. Okay, so I have introduced so many kinds of techniques to be implemented on the spacecraft. So now here is my current stage of our institute. So we are now planning to launch the microsatellite this year. And then we are now planning to implement new satellites such as formation flight using a very small satellite, so many small satellite. And then we can expect to measure the global structure of the Earth in the future. Okay. Okay, so this is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Yoshia Kasahara, for very excellent presentation. So you are working on so many satellites to study about the phenomena outside the Earth. Yeah, I think I'm very lucky because at the time when I start my PhD study, after come to Japan, 2 months after that, the Arase satellite is launched. Yeah. So we have a very new novelty, a very big data available for research novelty in this kind of research. Yeah. Okay, I will open the next session regarding presentation from Kasahara Sensei or Professor Kasahara. I will give opportunity, maybe the first opportunity for participant in this room. Okay, Pak Khairul, and also Pak Jaya. Yeah, okay. Okay, please Pak Khairul for the first. Oh, deja vu. Okay. Thank you, Pak Dr. Khairul.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon, Sarah Sensei. Actually, I'm Suarjaya. You can call me Jay. I'm from Udayana University. Yeah. Actually, I'm also one of the students. Yeah, PhD student from Kasara Sensei. Yeah. So I have three simple question for Kasara Sensei. So the first one is about the telemetry data you send to the Earth, yeah, to the ground station. So based on your many satellite project, so I wonder if it is already using the state-of-the-art technology for the radio communication and to send the data to the Earth or maybe from different project to the different planets. Maybe I wonder if that's already using the state-of-the-art technology. And the second question is about the compression, data compression. So we can send more data if we use compression. Yeah. And I wonder if it is the lossless or the lossy compression we need for the compression technique, because I think that we can choose the lossless compression for a maybe important event, and we can use the lossless lossy compression for maybe for like a sequence event, something like every seconds data or something like that. Yeah. So maybe that's another option for the technology, yeah, for the compression. And then the last question, is there any similar phenomenon in the Earth and other planets? Because we send some satellite to the other planet also. So I wonder if we have a similar phenomenon in different planets. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so first question is about telemetry. Okay, yes. So as I explained, so the telemetry rate is quite limited, but the instantaneous telemetry rate is quite large, so such as 1 megabps. But this is because the condition, orbital condition between the satellite and the ground station. For example, so the Mercury mission, in some case, the spacecraft is located just behind the Mercury, and in other case, the Mercury is just behind the Sun. That's why we cannot communicate with the satellite. So this is the average data capacity. So so we store the data on board, and then we select the important data during the case we cannot connect with satellite. Then after that, so we send these data as a burst mode data. So the fastest data rate is 1 megabps or something. Yeah, even. But the point is, another point is we have many time delay. So to communicate to the satellite, the round time is almost 20 minutes. Yeah, that's why we cannot send the much data. Okay. And another second point is
compression.
Data compression. Okay. Yes, yeah. So we are searching so many kinds of data compression method, and so now we are applying the lossless compression, but we keep the detailed or important characteristic of the waveform by using our technique. Yeah. Otherwise, we lose something. Okay. Yeah. So we can collaborate with you, I think. And third one is
that related to other phenomena maybe we found after we the same phenomena happen in other planets.
Okay, so we expect very similar wave phenomena around Mercury. And also, so now we are also launched another satellite to Jupiter. And so we expect many strange waveform can be detected by these spectra, but we don't know exactly. Yeah.
Okay, I will maybe the third question is very important. We already heard so many strange sound here. Maybe in the next few years, we will get news about the extraterrestrial life outside the Earth. Okay, thank you, Pak Jaya and Kasahara, Professor Kasahara. And the second question, Pak Dr. Hoirul.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kasahara Sensei, for very nice presentations. I am Anwar. Currently, I am also the Vice Chairman of Asia Pacific Wireless Group. We are also considering the science. So we are in Telkom University are also the team in charge for the Working Party of Science in Asia Pacific. That's why we are also proposing to the country, to the Indonesian government, that Indonesia should be an expert for this science after 2035. This is our talk today is actually very, very futuristic. So we discussed today, but actually we are expecting that in 2035 we will be the expert for that. So I have four questions.
Deja vu, because this is the last session.
Yeah. Okay, so yes, you saw that SpaceX lost the 40 satellites because of the storm.
Yes.
So based on the advance in the technology for this science satellite, can we avoid, and how long we avoid such kind of dangers in the future? For example, like tsunami. Yeah, tsunami. We have maybe about 1 hour to run, but for the satellite, what will be the time to avoid such kind of the conditions? So I still can ask more question.
Does it?
Yeah. Okay. And then the second is that what is the best satellite level for the science? It is LEO, MEO, or GEO? Yeah. And then the third, I think this is very interesting that you convert the spectrum into the voice such that we as human can see, can hear the difference. Also the structure that happenings in the space. So my question is that since you are showing the lower frequency, what about the voice or the sound of the higher frequency? Yeah, third question. And then the fourth, to the best of my knowledge, based on the report of IEEE, I think IEEE spectrum, yeah. Some Americans, when they are experimenting the frequency below 20 hertz, yeah, very low frequency, they experience haunted or the ghost voice. So during this experiment, do you also experience such kind of the phenomena
From outer space, yeah. Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Please, Sensei.
Okay, so as for the first question, so when some explosion occurs on the surface of the sun, the energetic particle will arrive to the Earth within 4 days, 4 days or 3 days. So we can forecast it before it, because radio wave can reach to the Earth within a few minutes. Then we can forecast it. Yes.
4 days, Sensei.
Yes.
From the sun until we let's say arrive in the satellite orbit in the Earth. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And the second question related to LEO, GEO, and
okay,
MEO.
okay. Yes. So that depends on the scientific purpose. So if we use the very low Earth orbit, then we can determine the details of the lightning flash or something. And now we are using the orbit with a very elliptic orbit to measure the wave phenomena from the lower altitude up to higher altitude. So we are designing which orbit is the best for the scientific purpose. Yeah. So now we are changing one by one. Yeah. Okay. And as for the sound, yes, for the higher frequency, yeah, yes, yeah, we also have several kinds of wave, such as generated from aurora or something, and the frequency is much higher than the frequency range we can hear. And as for the lower frequency, yeah, we still we can we know very big oscillation is occurring. And yeah, well, so we try to convert this signal into sound, but we cannot hear.
So the phenomena still exists, but we still understand what is it. Okay, I think the third question related to spectrum, yes. Already answered? Spectrum. Oh yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Khairul, and also Kak Sahara Sensei. Is still there any time, Pak Bagus? Or finish? Oh, finish. Okay. Thank you very much once again. Give applause to Professor Yosiaga Sahara for the very interesting presentation. And thank you very much. Maybe like Dr. Khairul said just now, this will be initiating new potential collaboration, so we can lead in the field of satellites, science satellites in Indonesia. Yeah. Once again, thank you very much, and I want to apologize if there any mistake from my side. So we can start lunch break, and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Umar Ali Ahmad, PhD, for guiding this session. And please give applause to Mr. Umar Ali Ahmad, PhD. And now we have a lunch break. Our food stall already at the restaurant on the first floor. You may directly heading to downstairs, and the time for lunch is about 50 minutes. And we encourage you to join us again at 1 o'clock to start the parallel session. Thank you very much.
Ke Mas Hilal. Assalamualaikum Mas Hilal.
Tahu yang dulu yang dulu di lab dia.
Mas Hilal mana Mas Hilal? Nggak ada suaranya.
Yang dia dulu di lab dia. Waktu aku masih di
mana?
gedung
Di
C.
Arab.
Nggak, waktu masih di gedung C.
Enggak di Arab gimana nih?
Biasanya di luar aku.
Pak Hilal.
Iya.
Pak Hilal, nanti Messenger dimasukkan otomatis sama LO ya?
Tapi kasih nama dulu. Masuk aja sendiri. Sudah
Oh
belum?
iya, nama yo. Namanya apa yang kemarin formatnya ya?
Iya ya, session chair apa gitu.
Share ya, gitu ya. Mana ya? Rename, oke. Session.
S.
Enggak gini kok. Session ke sini nih yang kecil aja deh. Session share Sugono. Room 3C itu ya. Oke.
Aku lagi milih ya. Coba sana. Gimana ini? Ini di password.
LO-nya.
Please make Pak Hilal. Pak Hilal. Sampai itu juga ya. Session share jam 1 ini.
Iya. Jam 1 Wita ya.
Aku tak kira kan kalau tadi nggak nanya Pak Inung, aku taunya ya jam 1 waktu sini. Kan nggak ada keterangan nih loh gitu. Jenengan di IF.
Di Bandung ya, di IF.
Orang diajain nang Bali ya.
Iya, diajain tapi aku lagi mager.
Oh alah, aku lagi diajain.
Aku ini setidaknya terlibat 2 conference yang di Bali. 3 bisa jadi malahan.
Oh gitu, alah.
Aku kalau kabeh aku capek aku.
Ayo, pepre kayak review akeh aku radio jalan Bali.
Capek, bagian ngapain?
Oh nggak apa-apa, ya dinikmati aja. Ya nggak terlalu semangat kayak dulu pas single sih. Kalau dulu pas single kan seneng ya.
Kamu sekarang mau manggar.
Ya, dulu pas single kan ini apa tuh? Atau misalkan belum ada anak aja, belum ada anak. Tiket sendiri bisa lah.
Wah, aku seneng banget. Kalau nganterin lomba apa, wah seneng. Friend gitu ya, seneng. Apa sih itu?
Jadi itu apa? Jadi
Prof Adi.
Oke, rektor aja Jol.
Kamu bisa siapin rektor aja.
Dibuatin ini ya, apa tuh session paralelnya nih, harusnya dibuat breakout room dulu.
Iya, ini belum pada istirahat apa ya di sana?
Kayaknya gitu, pada capek sekali.
Belum ada breakout. Udah jam 12 loh, kurang.
Iya.
Jam 1 di ono berarti.
Ya kayaknya pada itu. Amanda, Mita, LO. Amanda, Mita, Randi bisa itu. Amanda bisa bikinin ini, Amanda. Breakout room.
Oh ini ya, fun.
Mana pesertanya? Belum ada yang muncul.
Pesertanya belum ada yang muncul atau udah pesertanya di breakout room.
Ini presenter ini kan. Ada Berlian, Koit, Nan, sama Pranaf ini.
Mahasiswa Tel-U semua ya?
Ini dari India ini yang Pranaf.
Aku Tel-U 3, 1 Bangladesh.
Ini mereka ini. Untung berapa sih katanya ini? ApWiMob?
Nggak tahu.
Ada untungnya kan ya? Kalau ada untungnya dari S2, mending bikin ini.
Nggih, untuk breakout room-nya akan segera dibuatkan dan di-invite nanti, Pak.
Oke.
Terima kasih. Siapa itu tadi yang bilang? Mbak Mita. Siapa sih?
Sudah dibuka breakout room-nya tuh masuk aja.
If you need some transfer the material to the committee, that already the three speaker already, all speaker maybe prepare for presentation. Maybe. Okay, please check from the committee. On the behalf of committee, I hope you enjoy Bali and then also enjoy all of our academic atmosphere in this conference. We can got any contact and network between us. Okay, ready? Okay. Can we start? Okay, ready for the first speaker? First speaker, okay. First speaker, okay. The slide. Mr. Khalid. Do you need some pointer for this one? Do you have maybe pointer ada? Okay, this one. Okay. Ready, yeah? Okay, I will invite the first speaker for this parallel session. His name is Mr. Khalid Imtiaz Saad. He's come from Bangladesh. Maybe the first moment before presentation you can introduce yourself. And the title is a conceptual framework for wireless interconnection of pole mount distribution transformer using direction beam forming by phased array antenna system. Okay, Mr. Khalid, time is yours.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. So I am from Bangladesh. I think I am the only person from Bangladesh in this conference. And I feel very welcome here. Bali is really nice, and the conference is really going very well. So at first, I would like to say something about myself because I am feeling very, what should I say, a little bit intimidated because of all the experts in telecommunication sector here. Because I am not an expert of telecommunication, right? My research area or teaching area is power systems, as you can see in my title. So if you ask me about in-depth questions about telecommunication, I will not be probably able to answer it. But I will encourage you to engage with dialogues and give me suggestions on how I can improve my proposal. So. So yes, so the motivation or the background behind behind this proposal is we see pole-mounted transformers in an electrical power system almost everywhere in the country, almost everywhere in the world, right? So these are the end user transformers. So this looks like probably this figure is taken from internet. And the input side of this transformer comes from the distribution network with the power system, and the output side goes through the goes to probably another transformer or a distribution feeder, or probably it goes directly to the consumers. So since these transformers are kept wide open in the environment, they are prone to a lot of different types of faults and failures. For example, if a bird sits on the on one of those terminals and then flocks its wings, then it will probably get short-circuited and the bird will be killed, and then the transformer perhaps will go out of service for a few seconds to maybe for a few hours. So usually these transformers are not monitored. Okay, so what in an electrical power system, usually the large transformers in the transmission network are monitored through the SCADA networks, or in nowadays through a smart grid. But these transformers are oftentimes kept neglected. But these are the very crucial part of a distribution network, because this gives the power to the end users. So in my okay, I'll tell you when to move. Okay. So in my research, can you go back? Okay. So in my proposal, this is, by the way, this paper is not a research. This is just a proposal of a conceptual, because the name suggests that it's just a conceptual framework. No, that's not the one. Go back. You went a lot further. Yeah, back. Yeah. No, okay, this one. Yes. So if we want to get this transformer monitored for condition or health check, for insulation damage or for overloading, for unbalancing, any sort of things, we need a communication network to connect all those transformers among themselves. So in this paper, I am presenting a wide area mesh network, and the physical layer will be a beamforming technology by phased array antenna systems. So, yeah, okay. I'll tell you. You're moving all around. No. Yeah, skip it. Okay, thank you. So the existing technologies doesn't really depend on the wireless technologies. So these are the two most common technologies that are being used, which is the power line communication. So in a transmission line, there are already physical connectivity between the transformers through the power lines. So high frequency signals can be mounted on those power lines to establish communication between transformers. However, this sometimes compromise the power quality, because high frequency will create noise in the power quality and it will interrupt the sinusoidal nature of the electrical power system. And another common technology is optical ground wire, which is the optical fiber that is kept usually in the topmost level of a transmission line. So this is a very reliable technology, but usually this takes this is somewhat expensive, and especially if it's a large country, for example, United States or Canada or Australia, then these cables will cost a lot. So that's why, can you go to next? So that's why in my proposal, I am proposing a phased array antenna system. This is just a basic phased array antenna system. I'm pretty sure being experts of telecommunication sector, you all know that this is just a basic phased array antenna system, which the purpose of which is just to create a beam. Okay, so a directional beam can be formed in this way. We have a number of antennas. So all the antennas receive the same signal, but they are kept apart at a distance. So their received signal is a little bit phase shifted from each other. So if we add up all those signals, then we can direct a beam at a certain angle. And this technology can be used for condition monitoring of transformers, because one of the very crucial aspect of any telecommunication technology is to consider the mobility factor. Because if we use, for example, if we talk about mobiles or electric, when someone is driving a car or walking by the street, they're always mobile. But these transformers, they are static devices. So the mobility factor doesn't really affect this technology. So if I point a beam at one direction, then the transformer will not move away, and then I will not have to detect the transformers and move around my beam as well. So that's a very advantageous fact about condition monitoring of transformers through this system. And obviously, we all know that the inter antenna distance should be kept below the wavelength. Otherwise, we will have multiple beams. Can you go next? Okay. So this is just a basic diagram of an 8-element uniform linear phased array antenna system. And this is the same system with Hamming amplitude taper. As we can see, there are multiple beams in the left side, but one beam is very strong at the middle of the photo, middle of the image, and we can even make the beam stronger, but it will become a bit wider if we use amplitude taper. So this is just a depiction of how we can create the beam. Next, please. And this is the same similar antenna with 8x8 uniform linear antenna system, because in the previous photo we have seen only on single plane. But if we want to form a beam in 3D, we have to make an array system in x-axis and y-axis as well. So this is without any amplitude taper, and this is with Hamming amplitude taper. So as you can see, we can create a beam and direct that beam from any direction towards any direction as we want. Next, please. Okay, so now comes the question of how to connect the different transformers. So in this paper, I have talked about the star connection topology and the mesh connection topology. So first of all, this is the star connection topology. And as you can see, in the star connection, all the neighboring transformers are connected to one single point. So if one transformer, for example, this transformer wants to communicate with this transformer, then it will have to transmit the signal to the base station, and then the base station will have to transmit the signal to the desired recipient. And in this case, usually the distribution transformers are of low height, and the transmission towers usually are of higher height. So the transmission towers, the high voltage transmission towers, are usually the taller ones. So in that case, those towers can be used as a base station, and the power requirement is not a very big deal, because already we have lots of high power equipments in these in all those poles, in the transformers and the transmission lines. So the power requirement for those transmitting and receiving signals can be collected from the transformers as well. So what are the advantages? This is simple, efficient, and scalable. But the disadvantage is the central hub represents a single point of failure. So if somehow the central hub doesn't work properly, then the whole communication network will be interrupted. Okay. So and this is why I have also investigated the connection topology with a mesh structure. Next, please. Okay, so in the mesh structure, we don't need any central hub. Every transformer is connected to every transformer. And basically, we don't have to connect every transformer with every other transformer as well. Only the neighboring transformers, the connection between the neighboring transformers will do. Because if, for example, this transformer is connected to this one, and it is not connected to this one and this one, or this one as well. So an optimized network can be derived for this connection topology. So the advantages are, we don't need a central hub, so there is no single point of failure. And this connection is robust, reliable, fault tolerant, and scalable. Because even if one connection is not acting correctly, then the other connections will be can be used to transmit or receiving data. However, there are multiple nodes involved in one single transmitting or receiving, and therefore there are a chance of high latency or high delay between the transmission and distribution of data. Okay, next, please. So judging by the two networks, I am proposing a wide area mesh network for interconnection of the pole mounted transformers. So this mesh architecture can be realized by installing antennas on top of the pole mount distribution transformers. They're already on top of the ground level. Usually it's 30 to 40 feet above from the ground. So if we can install antennas on top of the pole mount distribution transformers, we can create a wireless, a wide area mesh network. The latency can be tackled by an appropriate routing algorithm. Research can be done in this section as well. And as I have already mentioned, the positions of the transformers are fixed. So we don't need to be concerned about the mobility factor of any telecommunication network. So therefore, a simple phased array antenna system should be sufficient. However, we can always investigate about higher or better technologies or advanced digital beamforming technologies. In rural areas, there is a great possibility of line of sight connection among the transformers as well. Because in rural areas, if we can put the transformer a little bit above from the ground, than their usual height, then all the buildings in a rural area are usually 1 or 2 story high. If it's a house, it's probably one story. If it's a townhouse, it's probably a couple of stories. So if we can put the transformers high enough, there might be line of sight communication between the transformers as well, which results in an improved signal to noise ratio. And in the city environments, we can calculate the path loss by using different path loss methods, such as the Ikegami model or the COS231 models, and etc. So these power requirements for the antennas can be calculated in both rural and city areas as well. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, so I guess this is the most important slide in my presentation, because as I have mentioned, I didn't do any experiments. It's just a concept. So the purpose of this presentation is to give, or the purpose of this paper is to give the future research directives that can be carried on from this point. So I have pointed out 4 possible research directives, but you can add more if you want, and you can give me suggestions as well. So investigation of communication protocols. As I have said, I don't have much in-depth knowledge about the communication protocols, but a robust communication protocol with high efficiency, priority checking, and low latency can be developed for this purpose. And that can be a very good research option in this regard. Practical implementation in various geographic environments. So it's just a concept, and theoretically we can understand that it might give us a good method to interconnect the pole-mounted distribution transformers. However, in practice, there are various environmental factors and geographic factors and all other different factors that perhaps can be considered, and research may be conducted on this aspect as well. I have mentioned that a simple phased array antenna system might be sufficient for implementing this communication network. However, advanced beamforming technologies can always be investigated for better efficiency and effectiveness. And last but not the least, development of low latency, low power routing algorithm. So if it's a mesh network, we need a proper routing algorithm, right? So that the same signal can be transmitted, or the same connection can be established by which results in low latency and low power. Because in the sustainability, from the sustainability perspective, we are always talking about less power consumption and less carbon dioxide emissions. So this research can also be conducted via the future researchers. Next, please. Okay, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any questions or any suggestions, feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you. Next, it is the time for question and answer. Maybe any question, any comment, maybe. Please, we invite all participants.
Yes,
okay,
please.
One. Listen. Need some check microphone. Okay, press for this one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. My name is Muhammad Imam Mawardi. I'm from Lunghua University of Science and Technology, Taiwan. I have a question about the frequency band. If you want to realize the what's the frequency? If you want to realize your concept.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. So yes, every network in the telecommunication sector, all the frequencies are reserved for different types of applications. So from those we can look up to the look up to the frequency range. But also in a phased array antenna system to be viable and feasible, it is usually the millimeter wave, right? So that they are the array system can be feasible if because the interconnection and the interdistance between the antenna should be less than the wavelength. So if the wavelength is high enough, then the antenna will be much bigger. So we have to keep that in mind as well. So yes, thank you. Yes.
Okay, please. The second.
Thanks. Okay, thanks a lot, Dr. Khalid. Just I have one small question here about latency, as you have many devices actually, and you are talking about reliability. So what are you going to do in terms of latency here?
Okay. Yes, that's a. Thank you. So that's a good concern because for a star connection the latency will be lower, but for a mesh connection the latency should be higher. That's why we need an optimized algorithm for the interconnections. And as for the signal being a few milliseconds late, it's not a the condition monitoring signals are not that important in terms of, say for example, it's not monitoring someone's heartbeat in a remote location or in a remote hospital where you have absolute real-time data. So the real-time data can be implemented in this case. However, I think, in my opinion, near real-time data or almost real-time data will also do very good. So from that perspective, the latency requirement can be a little bit flexible. However, we need a very good and energy-efficient algorithm for low latency. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Last question, from the Dr. Fabian.
Okay, Dr. Khalid. Yes, that is an interesting presentation, but I didn't see any protocol that you specified in your paper or in your presentation. And I realized there are several protocols that already implemented for wireless mesh network, such as ZigBee or AAA 802.15.4, wireless HART, or any other protocol. So I just wonder, what is the differences between the existing protocol and with your result? Okay, thanks.
Okay, that's what I was afraid of. Perhaps you will ask me some questions about the telecommunications section. I don't have that much knowledge, but yes, you are right. There are a lot of protocols such as ZigBee, and also some researchers investigated Wi-Fi as well. But Wi-Fi has very small range, so I'm talking about a little bit of large range. So probably Wi-Fi will not be available here. But LT advanced or WiMAX is somewhat obsolete, so WiMAX probably will not be here. So we can use different type of protocols, right? But it will also depend on the exact geographic locations, the distance between the transformers, the amount of data. So from that perspective, I think ZigBee and LT advanced or more advanced technologies can be suitable candidate for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the time is up for the first speaker, and give big applause to Mr. Dr. Khalid. Yeah. Yeah. And then we go to the second speaker, to Dr. Mahmoud. Yeah. Please. I think I used better. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first of all, thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Chairman. Thank you everyone for attending this well-organized conference actually. And it seems actually not a good start. It seems this is not our final presentation because our names are not there. But anyway, my name is Mahmoud Al-Brahim. I'm working in University of Sharjah, United Arab Emirates, and I'm originally from Palestine. Okay, so today we are going to talk about massive MIMO detection techniques. And this work is actually my students' work, capacitor design project work, actually. So here we'll talk about how to improve the performance and complexity of massive MIMO detection or of massive MIMO detection techniques, actually. So, yep. Okay, so we developed a method, and that method is actually a hybrid of what we have in reality. Actually, this is a hybrid between two different methods. One of them is actually damp Jacobi, and the second is the net multi-layer network and deep learning network. So please go ahead. So, as we all know, we are talking about 5G, and 5G is actually a reality now. It is not a story of the future. We live this future actually. So we are going to 6G, and actually we have a high number of mobile users, and that high number of mobile users coming actually with high number of base station antennas as well. So that one, once we talk about a large number of users and large number of base station antennas, is coming actually with many advantages, but we have other challenges. And one of these challenges is actually the signal processing. And one of signal processing points actually is the detection, data detection and channel estimation. So that exponential increase actually mobile users and in data transfer is our main motivation actually. So please. So just let's go very quickly through 5G. In 5G, actually, we have different technologies. We host many technologies like ultra-dense networks. We use millimeter wave, actually. And we have massive MIMO. So all of these technologies are coming to improve the spectral efficiency, to improve the power efficiency, and so on. Next. Yep, next. Yep, so what is massive MIMO? Once I talk about massive MIMO, just I want to go to the figure. No, next. Yep, no, next, yep. So once we talk about massive MIMO, actually, so we are talking about an extension scale of small scale MIMO. In small scale MIMO, we used a few number of antennas actually. But here, once we talk about massive MIMO, we are talking about a huge number of base station antennas. We have a huge number of antennas at the base station. And these antennas or this base station is serving a large number of users actually, or let's say single antenna users. And here we have to take, we have to keep in our mind that the number of base station antennas, let's call them M, has to be much greater than the number of K or the number of users. Okay, so our main target is actually about detection. So we want to detect what has been received here at the base station. So once we want to present our data, then we are talking about Y equals the received data here is actually HX plus the noise, where H here is our channel matrix. And we want to estimate X. We want to estimate what has been transmitted. And actually, there are many techniques to do that. We can use match filter, we can use zero forcing, we can use MMSE as well. But these techniques, they are very simple techniques, but they are coming actually with its challenges. The first one, once we talk about, let's talk about massive, match filter. Once we have interference, actually a huge interference, this match filter is not working well. Once we talk about the data detection, once we talk about zero forcing is not considering noise actually. So again, we have problem once we have a huge noise. And one of the best techniques is actually MMSE, minimum mean square error. And that one is giving me actually good performance. But the problem with this one is the complexity. Remember here, we are talking about large system size, large dimension of the system. As you remember, we said we have a large number of antennas at the base station to serve large number of users. So at the end of the day, we are talking about a huge H and a huge channel matrix. And as you see here, we have an inverse component or reality needs a lot of work actually to be implemented. Inverse component is not let's say it's not hardware friendly if we are talking about from the side of hardware people or FPGA designers and so on. So once we talk about inverse component, then this technique or MMSE is not going to be our best solution. So there are actually many techniques to approximate this one. We want to avoid the matrix inverse. Again, this matrix is a huge matrix. It is not 2 times 2 or 3 times 3 matrix. It could be 32 times 32 or 64 times 64 or more than that. So it is not easy actually to handle this matrix inversion. This is the point here. This is the key word here. So there are many techniques in literature to do that, either to approximate or to avoid matrix inversion. We have Newman series, we have Newton iterations, we have Gauss-Seidel, we have Jacobi, we have Richardson, conjugate to gradient. A lot of work to do that, okay? So here, one of the techniques actually is called as Dam-Jacobi. And in Dam-Jacobi, actually, as you see here, we try to avoid matrix inversion. Maybe someone will say, okay, we use diagonal matrix inverse here. You know, diagonal matrix inverse is not a big deal. It is not, sorry. A diagonal matrix inverse, we have a lot of zeros, so calculation of diagonal matrix inverse is not a big deal from the point of hardware implementation. Okay, so that one is Dam-Jacobi as an example of avoid matrix inversion, exact matrix inversion. We have also, some people are using what we call as multi-layer network here, deep neural network actually, okay? So in deep neural network, people try to avoid, again, the exact matrix inversion. So what we are doing here is, we said, okay, we want to combine, we want to take Dam-Jacobi with this network and propose something new. Because the problem with deep neural network is all about initialization. People usually initialize that one with zeros vectors, okay? So we want to use Dam-Jacobi to initialize the AMNet network. So the output of the Dam-Jacobi is going to be an input actually to the neural network. Yep. The output of Dam-Jacobi. So here we take only one iteration of Jacobi method, okay, to initialize the deep learning network, and that way we give better initialization or better initialization of the network, and after that we can estimate the signal actually very, very well. And by the way, this one is going to improve the complexity. As we see here, there's no big difference actually once we talk about the performance, okay? But the difference is coming actually in complexity once we talk about complexity actually. So the complexity is almost OBK squared, but here B is much smaller than what we have in original net. So this is just a brief presentation of our work. So there's just again a hybrid between what we call Dab-Jacobi or what we call a void matrix inversion and a neural network. The neural network here is not our network. Dab-Jacobi is not our method, but we combine them together. That is the point. And other research, if I will go just for in 1 minute, in other research papers, and in our transactions and in our journal articles, actually, we developed Jacobi itself. We developed the initialization of Richardson, and we also developed the acceleration of a relaxation method in terms of massive MIMO detection schemes. Thank you very much. And if you have any question.
Okay. Yeah, please, I invite the question and for the participant here, maybe 1, 2, 3 question, comments.
I think Chair has to ask.
Anyone? Maybe your work's already good.
Maybe, okay. So thank you very much. So
okay.
Again, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. And to be honest, this is my first time here in Indonesia and in Bali.
Okay.
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
And thanks for well-organized conference as well.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Give applause to Mr. Dr. Khalid. Yeah. Sorry, Dr. Mahmoud. Yeah. From Sharjah University. Sharjah. Yeah. And then the last speaker, I realized that I'm changing the order. Sorry, to Dr. Prajna Desanta Ibnu Graha. Yeah. I invite you to give present. Right?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I want to present about my paper. The title, the data transfer event data recorder on Internet of Things or IDR IoT. Okay, next. Next. Okay, this is our background for our research. Actually, we have two background for develop our research. And the first is about the general background, and the second is about the specific background. The first background about the general background actually it's about the regulation issue related the monitoring system for the public transportation. So if we can find next in the regulation of KNKTRI, in the they issued about the regulation related to buses operator must implement the black box or event data recorder. If we know that event data recorder is like a black box in plane, so it's similar, yeah. Go back. Okay, and the specific background of our research actually about the development of advanced event data recorder or avatar. As we know that we know about function of either actually is like black box, but we develop more advanced related to the background. So we actually make a cooperate with our partner and the company from the transportation service to make this system or this product. Okay, next. Okay, everyone, this is our architecture, and we have 4 main elements for our architecture. The first is about the other component. The second is about the communication system. The third about the server. The fourth is about the user interface. But in this paper, we actually just focus in the communication system itself. Okay, next. In our design, we will build on the avatar feature with this 6 feature. The first is about the APC or automatic passenger counter. Then the second is tracking, and the third is about event recorder. The next is about the vehicle characteristic and driver characteristic and the route optimization. Actually, this feature is requested by the company. Okay, but in our progress now, we still in the APC, tracking, and event recorder. APC we use the computer vision method to build the system. Then tracking, it's like a general system that this feature is track the vehicle on the road. Okay, next. In our system, we divide by 3 areas. The first about the ADR area itself. The second is about the server area and the client area. In the ADR area, ADR will be applied in the vehicle, and it consists of hardware. That is about Raspberry, then GPS module as a sensor, the hard disk to save us or for storage local, and the GSM modem. Actually, we must add camera, but I don't know in this slide. And the software we use OpenCV to do about the computer vision method, and the GSPD, it's related with the GPS module to activate the GPS module, and MQTT subscriber tools. And the protocol used by this area is about MQTT and SCP or secure copy. And the server area, we built it with the hardware with VPS infrastructure, or maybe we can use cloud. The software we use web server. Why we use web server? Because our client area actually use web interface. So that's why we must provide the web server itself. The second is about MQTT broker for the software. It's as a gateway for MQTT publisher and MQTT subscriber. Then MQTT publisher tools, where we put MQTT publisher tool in the server area, not in the client area, because our client will access the interface using web technology. Then the execution actually in the server area. So that's why we put the MQTT publisher tool in this area, not in the client area. Okay, then in the protocol, we require about the XCP, then MQTT and XTTP. XTTP, of course, this communication used in the communication between client area and server area. Okay, next. We actually, before we make a design, we also obtain about several data from the previous work, that especially in the sensor and the storage. In the previous work, we define about the sensor that taken by previous work, that is about the brake sensor, proximity, alcohol detection sensor, then the accelerometer, temperature, seatbelt monitoring sensor, and many more. Then in the storage, we find several previous work that mention about the local storage and online storage. Why we make this figure? Because we want to show about the position of our research now. Our research actually, our proposed work is actually, we actually use similar sensor from the above, but we add a different approach related to control system. We use IoT protocol for control the ADR system. So not only in the general, as we know that in the general ADR, we just use one communication direction from ADR to a server, but we use two communication ways. So we can get the data from the ADR, and the second ways that we can configure, or maybe we can manage the ADR from the client or from the server. Okay, this is our position of our proposed work. Okay, next. Okay, about the communication system. So our paper actually just mention about the communication center, or explore about the communication system that has a flow about the system. ADR will capture about the event in the inside of the vehicle, then GPS location also obtained from the ADR. Then ADR will send the data to the server with two protocol. The management protocol, we will use MQTT communication. It's used in IoT communication actually. Then the second, it's used to send the data recording from the EDR. So we can use XGP communication. Okay, next. This is the protocol involved in IoT in our communication for IoT protocol. The first is MQTT broker. The second is MQTT publish, and then the next is MQTT subscribe. Actually, in this protocol have been explained in the above. Okay, next. About the XGP, why we use XGP? As we know that if we want to transfer the file, we can use many type of protocol. For example, the FTP. Maybe we can use XTTP too, but we choose XGP. We have consideration especially related to the security. XGP is more secure than FTP or other protocol, because the XGP actually use XXSSH protocol, and we implement this XGP passwordless transfer. Why you choose this method? Because we must implement this protocol, and we must integrate this protocol to a program that maybe we will complex if we use the password system. But we can guarantee that passwordless system can be safe, because we create public key and private key. Then we send the public key to the server. So the security is still good. Okay. Next, from our experience, we try to test about our architecture, especially to send the data with MQTT protocol and XGP protocol. We try to know about the performance about our system, the delay measurement that we try to test is result average delay about the 1.13 second. I think this is still good for delay in the system. Okay, next. Okay, maybe this is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Prachna, ya. Please, if there are any question, comments from the participant here. This related about, yeah, you said it's like the black box in the airplane.
Yeah, yeah, it's similar like.
So I have a simple question. Yeah, is it so it's streaming? Yeah.
Yeah, it's stream.
I mean, yeah.
The data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To transmit the data.
Yeah. Actually, we stream several data. For example, the GPS coordinate that, and then the recording from the inside of the vehicle. Then we also use streaming method like RTSP then RTMP to stream the video to real time. But in SCP, we just not real time stream, but we just make like backup to the online system.
Okay. Is there any maybe command center like that?
Not command center, but this user can access the system from anywhere. But we just need one server to accommodate all of the vehicle that apply the ETR itself. So we can put the ETR in many vehicles. Then we just need
public transportation.
Yeah, especially in our partner work in the public transport and logistic.
Logistic.
Yes.
Okay. Any Dr. Fabian?
Nice presentation, Dr. Prachna. I saw your presentation that you only use TCP protocol, right? Without UDP in your EDR. Do you use only TCP protocol?
Yeah, TCP.
Why you don't use UDP? Because probably for video data or streaming data.
Okay. Actually, this paper not so about not explore about the real time services. Not yet. But we actually have been implemented with RTSP and RTMP protocol. That's it's use UDP protocol, but we don't add the thing in this paper. We use it in the different papers.
Yes. One more thing. I saw that you use MQTT and also REST API, right? In your,
yeah, I see.
So why you use those two protocols in your system?
Okay. The first about the XCP. Actually, I have explained it before that. Why we choose XCP if we know that we have many type of protocol that we can transfer file, for example, because we focus on the security itself. SCP is more secure than FTP or HTTP. That's why we choose it, and we can set it passwordless for our system because we integrated it with the others program. So it's more simple for us to create a new system. And for MQTT, because in the EDR they use the EDR actually uses IP private to connect to the internet, not IP public. So if we contact or access directly to the EDR, it's very difficult to us to connect directly to the EDR. So that's why we use MQTT with the subscribe system. So we can access, or maybe we can update the parameter in the EDR with MQTT protocol. Even though we use IP private. That is the reason.
You only use MQTT for sending comment, right?
Yeah, actually we can sending like a parameter. For example, for sending interval time for update the GPS, for example, like that, because we use IP private.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Is there any question, comments? maybe time's up, yeah, for you. Okay. Thank you for Dr. Prachna for nice presentations, and then maybe we just only please stay here. I will invite all of speaker, Dr. Khalid, Dr. Mahmud. I think we can take a picture, yeah, together, and then we still have any free time, I think, yeah. Please, yeah. Okay, give applause for all of speaker here. Thank you for your presentation, and in the end of the session, please, say that. I will close these sessions. We still have, I think, any parallel session, yeah, but in online, yeah. Okay. Yeah, if there are any mistake from me, I apologize, and then I will the end. Thank you very much. And then, okay, the session is the end.
Check, check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, our schedule should be started at 2:40, yeah? But since all the presenter has already in this room, I think it will be better for us to start immediately. Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Wijayanto. I will be your session chair for this session. And today we are going to watch three presenters presenting their study. We will have, I will check it first. Mr. Imam Mawadi, okay, and then Mr. Yong Il Kim, okay, and then Mr. Shu Weng, okay. Okay, I will inform you that we will give you each presenter time for present your research for about 20 minutes, and then we will have 15 minutes for a presentation and then 5 minutes for Q&A. I think without no further wait, I will ask Mr. Imam Mawardi to come as the first presenter.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I want to presentation about the effect of solder max thickness on performance the 28 gigahertz microstrip patch antenna. And I'm from the Lunghua University of Science and Technology, from Taiwan. Then next. This is the outline today. The first, the introduction, and the second, the experiment procedure, including the preparation, solder max, design microstrip patch antenna at 28 gigahertz, and then preparation, microstrip patch antenna, quad solder max, and then the result and discussion, measurement dielectric constant and loss tangent of solder max, and the next, the simulation and measurement result of microstrip patch antenna at 28 gigahertz, and then the last, the conclusion. The next. First, the potential increasing the wireless technology capability in angrily exhibited with the arrival of the fifth generation 5G network, primarily through the utilizing of my millimeter wave frequency band. Broadband antenna are essential component of 5G technology as they are required of facility high data rates, thereby the enabling access to the diverse range of the application. Furthermore, the antenna should possess the substantial gain to mitigate the challenges posed by wave obstacle. Notably, human body can act the barrier to the millimeter wave interface. And there is the significant propagation loss attributed to the elephant operational frequency. In the evolution of wireless technology, antenna sold ideally the lightweight, compact size, economical to produce in large quantity, easy to install, able to conform to both the flat and curved surface and release when the attack the regrid substrate. And the microstep patch antenna, MSPA, present the discerning choice for the wireless device. This patch antenna habits and suitability for development on an array of platform encompassing spacecraft, exterior, high performance aircraft, satellite, rockets, automobile, missile, and Hedlund portable communication device. Next. Consequently, microchip pads assume a pivotal role with the ambit, the swiftly burgeoning wireless communication industry. Proper transmission of RF signal is crucial for wireless device like pager and cellular phone to have minimal signal loss. This transmission may be influenced the material use and the processing condition. The main disadvantage of microchip patch antenna stem from losses in the electric materials and surface wave. The loss result in restricted bandwidth and modest signal application for the microchip patch antenna. To enhance microchip patch antenna performance for 5G communication, it's essential to conduct research to understand the factor responsibility for this challenging. Next, the troubleshooting PCB is crucial for enhancing product quality as copper became susceptible to corrosion for the corrosion substance, thereby compromising the PCB durability and potentiality leading to short circuit when the circuit interface with each other. This copper relate issue also extend to antenna, where copper is frequently employed as conductor materials, making imperative to address this concern for reliable antenna performance. During the PCB design and manufacturing process, it is crucial to apply a solder mask ink layer onto the PCB surface, reference to as solder marks. These solder marks serve a dual purpose. First, the safeguarding the PCB internal wirings from solder adherence in non-soldering areas will influence the electric field distribution of transmission line. And then this in turn can impact the transmission line performance and give rise to range of signal integrity issue and documented in reference. Next. When a solder mask is added to the PCB, the effective dielectric constant increase to a certain extent, leading to the reduction the transmission line characteristic impedance. As the solder mask thickness increase, effective dielectric constant steadily rise until the stabilizes. During the design and manufacturing of PCB, it's crucial to apply protective solder mask ink on the surface. The solder mask influence the distribution of the electric field along the transmission line, causing a change of the capacitance per length based on the actual material distribution. This alternation in the electric field distribution also affect the effective dielectric constant. By looking the interest problem in like previously research on the solder marks is used a solution to overcome the shortcoming of microstrip patch antenna and determine the performance antenna circuit for 5G communication. The experimental procedure influenced two-step approach, which encompasses the both simulation using HFSS, high frequency structure simulator, and subsequence and measurement. Through simulation and measurement, we gain insight into the behavior of the of the solder mask before and after its application, enabling comprehensive understanding of the impact, including the return loss, minus 3D beam width, area radiation pattern, and gain deviation of performance result patch antenna. This enables the comprehensive comparison it come to support in-depth analysis. The standard techniques will apply in the experiment according IPC SM A440D is 0.1 millimeters and including the lower than 0.1 millimeters. The behavior of solder max to patch antenna will implemented. The microstrip patch antenna operating at 28 GHz has solder max applied only on its top side. This is because the antenna's signal radiation is mainly concentrated on that side. Next. And the next, this is the experimental procedure. The first, I use the PTFE materials and using the spin cutter to cover the solder max and become the solder max with the PTFE materials and using the Formula 1 to get the dielectric constant and loss tangent. And next. And this is the design of microstrip patch antenna at 20 GHz. We can see the first, this is the transmit line. We can see the solder max only in the transmit line and solder max. In here, I use the ambulance to connect the antenna to measure. And then for the substrate, I use the UL01 for the dielectric constant is 3. And I use the design using this formula to get the design of microstrip patch antenna at 28 GHz. Next. And this is the result measurement dielectric constant and loss tangent. I using the method of the SCCR by key site, and I get this result, and I get the dielectric constant and loss tangent. We can see with increasing the speed of the spin cutter, the thickness will be decreased. And the next, this is the measurement dielectric constant loss tangent, and we can see the dielectric constant will decreasing the thickness. And the next, this is the design and simulation of the microstrip patch antenna, and I get this result from the formula. Next. And the next, this is the S11 simulation with the different thickness. We can see with increasing the thickness of solder max, the resonant frequency will be shift to low frequency. Okay. The next, this is the measurement S11 is same, but the difference is in the simulation they have the ideal condition, but in the measurement there will be error in the manufacturing and another. And we can see with the different thickness of solder max, and we get the different impedance in the substrate. And the next, this is the graph of deviation. The deviation is mean the comparison of the result before and after. And we can see in here, the increasing the thickness of solder max, the deviation of E field will be increased. It mean more lower. And then for the deviation of its plane will be higher. It's same. This is the deviation of gain, the last deviation of gain before and after cut solder max. with increasing the solder max, the performance of the antenna will be lower. It seems like the E and its field. Next. And the last, the conclusion. The measurement of the electric constant and loss tangent of the solder max using SCCR, split cylinder cavity resonance by Keysight, can be useful for two material measurement and can fix the problem characteristic of the solder max cracking easily. With increasing the thickness of solder max, the resonant frequency antenna will shift to lower frequency with the return loss following the variation impedance, its thickness of solder max. The -3 dB width area of the E-plane decrease, while that of the H-plane increase as solder max thickness rise and the antenna gain decrease. And then the study identified a minimum deviation value achieved at 0.02 millimeter thickness. And while the solder max can be decreased the antenna performance, mitigation its effective call for using of thinner solder max. Nevertheless, the important note that even the experiment minimum thickness, a solder max retain its isolation function. The future work will be up to optimize the thickness of the solder max with a thinner thickness and comparison with another antenna. Okay, that's it. This is the reference, and then okay, and then thank you. This is my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Now we are going to open to the Q&A. Is there any question from the audience? Please. Okay, Mr. Khairul.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for making presentation about 28 gigahertz antenna. Yes, actually I am curious. First, why 28 giga? And then, so that's the first question. And then the second, does the effect of this thickness, yeah, also big to the antenna below 6 gigahertz, for example? Because, for example, when we consider 5G, we have we have 3 bands, yeah. But from those 3 bands, below 1 giga, and then between 1 until 6 giga, and then beyond 26 giga. So yeah, 28 gigahertz is one of that millimeter wave in 5G. So okay, please give me your comment about other band, the impact to other band. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. The background of my research is in the Taiwan. Taiwan there have another research about the 28 gigahertz that is possible to improve the performance of all the antenna in Taiwan, and so that's my focus in the 28 gigahertz. And then about the another band, I'm still not to research another band because because in the low frequency there the interference will be decreased, but in the millimeter wave the interference of the another signal will be increased. So that is my reason why I use the 28 gigahertz to see the solder max will be effect on the performance of the PETS antenna.
Why is the interference increasing for the 28?
I just based on my knowledge in the polarization of the electric constant and loss tangent, and with the increase, maybe I can show the graph, but I don't put in the presentation. But the keyword is the polarization of the electric constant and loss tangent. So based on the graphic, I see in the high frequency the interference of the signal, including like materials, the electric constant and loss tangent will be effect of the performance of the antenna. Oh, okay.
I think you can discuss again.
Okay, doctor.
Okay, any other question maybe from the other participant?
No one? Okay, I have one simple question actually.
Yes.
I'm curious because antenna is not my field of study, but is there any trade-off about the choose of the solder mask technique? What will happen if we put it to thick or something else? And is there any practical implication when choosing the thickness of the solder? Is there any specific reason why we should make the solder thin and why we should make the solder thicker?
Okay, thank you for the question. The first, how to put the how to cover the solder mask into the on the antenna. I already try all of the way, but the problem is same, the crackly easily, because we need to measure the electrical analysis engine of the solder mask first, and then we need to measure the performance of the antenna. If we want to measure, we need to see the electrical analysis engine, and we can analyze what's the characteristic of the antenna after and before put the solder mask. This one.
Okay, so you analyze before and after putting the mask.
Yeah, it's so simple.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there is no other question, or is there any other question maybe? No? If no, I think we can close this first session. Thank you very much. Please give applause.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And then we will continue to the second presenter. That will be Mr. Yong-Il Kim. He will present his research about analysis of operation algorithm for intelligent multi-surveillance image sensor. Okay, Mr. Yong-Il Kim, the time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Yong-Il Kim from ATRI of Korea. And then now I will give my presentations. The title is Analysis of Operation Algorithm for Intelligent Multi-Surveillance Image Sensors. Next slide show. And then I will make my presentation according to these orders. Next. Okay, now I will define the problems. When we construct the surveillance systems, image surveillance systems, then we have to reduce the required camera because if we monitoring wide area, then we have to install the many cameras, but it's not effective. So we have to reduce the required number of cameras. So our goal or our program is low-cost, high accuracy surveillance system constructions. And then in image deep learning field, the main process is first detect the invader, and the second recognition, and the third identifications. In IR camera case, the Jones criterion is widely used. For detection, 2 pixels is required, and then to recognize the invader, then 6 pixels is required, and then also identification for 12.6 pixels, and then we call it as DRI, detection, recognition, identifications, and EU camera case, the detection to detect the invader, then at least 20 pixel object image is required. It is based on the EULO machine learning models. And if we classify the invaders, then minimum 60 pixel is required. And then if we consider the camera characteristics, there are trade-off between FOV, field of view, and detection distance, and also DOF, depth of field, and focal length relation in inverse relations, and also resolution. The EU camera, as you know, EU camera provide up to 4K UHD image, But in IR camera, the only limited size of images. And then also when we construct the surveillance area, then generally the monitoring target monitoring area is bigger than camera's viewpoint. So we have to reduce the required camera. And then, as you know, if we increase the zoom ratio, then the image size of object will be increased, but the FOV will be decreased. So it results in the blind spot. So we have to overcome this blind spot. And also, if we construct the limited camera-based surveillance systems, then we have to consider the handover between camera. And so, solve these problems, we have to consider these three kind of technology. Into the handover technology, and then for this, is very useful to develop the handover modeling. And this is handover modeling is very similar to the mobile handover technology. And also, we have to consider the simulator prior to install the real target systems. Next slide. And then this slide shows the monitoring system overview. As you can see in these figures, this wider area is the overall protection area. And then initially, we can install the limited number of cameras. In this case, we only install 6 cameras. And then in these figures, this is invader approach to origin of protection area. Then the camera will be increased the zoom ratio. Then object size will be increased. So we can detect and identifications of intruders by deep learning algorithms. In this case, the invader move circularly of this trajectory. Then we have to prepare the handover between two cameras. Yeah. And then, okay. Okay, to overcome the, in these figures, this becomes a blind spot. And to overcome the blind spot, we have to install additional camera, or we have to reducing the surveillance gap times. This means that if we rotate the camera in this area, then we can reduce the gap time. And then also we have to consider the handover algorithms according to the movement of intruders. And then this slide shows the handover algorithm strategy. And then if we consider two sub area of monitoring area, then there are 2 camera image sensors. Then firstly, we have to decompose the velocity of invaders, vertical velocity and horizontal velocity. Our interesting point is to hand over. So we have to consider this horizontal velocity component. And then if the invader approaches this way, then we have to, firstly, we have to initiation the handover. And then this part is a completion of handover. And then even though this invader entered next neighboring monitoring area, then if we consider this camera monitoring and tracking this invader 2, then we have to consider the whether we have to hand over this object or not. So we have to consider several parameters. And then this is a handover acceptance strategy. Then strategy is maybe one of the example is speed of moving object, identification of object, distance between object and current object and the current camera viewpoint. And then if this camera initiates the handover request message to neighboring camera, then this camera image sensor decide the whether handover task. Then if this and then thereafter this target image sensor send the handover acknowledge or an acknowledge. Okay, please. And then this slide shows the camera modeling. Okay, this is okay, right? This figure means camera range models, and these are always very well known figures. Then you can obtain the image size, object image size. This if okay in these figures, if the human, this real height is capital HI, and then if this image, the height is small hi, then this object size will be related to the real image size, and then focal length and distance between invader and camera distance. And then if we consider real environment, then this is camera origin, and this is invader, and this is camera monitoring area. Then this is diagonal distance, and then if you want to you are very interested in the monitoring size of XI and YI, XY and YI, and then the commercial camera systems, there are some aspect ratio is B to A, so we can derive the monitoring area size XI, YI like this equation 1, 2. And then, as you know, in these figures, this is 3D our space, but this 3D space will be projected to the two-dimensional image space. So we have to consider these parameters. Okay, please next. And then if we wanted to calculate the handover probability, then first of all we have to consider the interest dwelling time. This dwelling time means these figures, these invaders, and then this is monitoring area, this is the horizontal area, and the vertical area, and then after detection of this invader, then invader will maybe walking around here. Then we define the dwelling time as the invader stay in this monitoring area. And then so if this invader moving around, then the image sensor have to control the PTZ. PTZ means panning, tilting, and zooming parameters. And then so it's necessary to derive the average distance between invader and the monitoring boundary. In these figures, we only consider this invader approach this downward, because we can divide into 4 components similar to. So first we will consider this downward case, and then after we consider 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 components. So and then the R, this means a invader, location of invader, and this is boundary positions. And then we define the R, X, Y. This is a distance of this. Then there are so many distance from here to here, several. So if we want to calculate the average distance, then this is the formula. Then it's very three integrals, so it's very difficult. So we try to the manipulations to simplify, and then this distance displacements will be expressed as xt in the yt, and then also this is several lines. Then we reconstruct these several lines in the perpendicular lines. Please show next slide. Like that. Okay, this is R, and then we reconstruct this line as perpendicular to this point, then there are several lines, so we can consider the bundle of tests. So in this case, we can introduce this is the derivative formations. So this average distance gamma can be expressed as equation 5. And then so we tried to the verification of this numerical analysis. Analysis as computer simulation computer. So we okay, this is the domain of our computer simulation domain, and the average distance gamma can be calculated as like this. And this is a similar result. And you can see in these figures, this is red line is the numerical analysis, and then numerical analysis, and this is blue line is computer simulations. And then as we can see in these figures, if we collect many point, then the two results will be merged. So this formula is very useful in real simulator environment. Please next. And then this is handover probability. And then this figure, we modeled this is the handover area. Then there are two, we control two areas of area. Then this invaders speed will be decomposed as a vertical and the horizontal lines. And our concern is only two horizontal velocity. And then okay, it is okay. When invaders entered this area, the image deep learning machine can only detect the intruders at when the engine required minimum pixel size. So even though you can see in this figure, even though it is here invaders, but this invader will be detected only this time. So and then we define this random variable G like that. This from distance from this invaders locations and to the boundary of monitor area. Then this is a whole area is length is L, and then okay, and then this size of W, and then this you only focus on the horizontal line because in vertical line movement is not required for the handover strategy. And then also this okay, this invader entered detected invader entered here handover regions. Then this invader can approach to next monitoring area, and we define the random variable sheet of like in these figures. And then so as just I talked to you, we can assume that introduce mission duration time. This mission duration time means the invaders working around here, the dwelling time. So average time is TM, and then also we can define the negative exponential distributions as random variable TM. This is okay. In this component is mobile communications, and then already in mobile communication part, we assume the traffic generated rate as exponential, negative exponential distributions, and then it is possible to introduce negative exponential distributions, and then QH velocity, horizontal velocity speed will be can be defined as V0 to Vmax, and then the dwelling time is PDF is can be expressed as equation 7 and 8, and then G part, okay, already the G part, then CDF and PDF can be expressed as equation 9 and 10, and then also dwelling time. Dwelling time is just I told you. Then dwelling time PDF and CDF can be expressed as equation 11 and 12. And then into the handover probability. Okay, just we derive the CDF and PDF. So the probability distribution of the distance and the time, distance and time, when introduced, who has been handed over from neighboring monitoring area and to another monitoring area. The probability functions can be expressed as these equations. And then also, okay, and then the handover probability can be expressed as 17 and 18. 17 equation it means the firstly detected invader enter the cell boundary. That is post handover, and the second equation means that second handover probability. And then we simulated this environment, and then the result will be shown in these figures. And then lastly, we simulate the surveillance systems. And then we consider 3 areas of this monitoring area, and then this invaders, and then we deploy many invaders, and we simulated. And then figure 10 indicates the trajectory of invader trajectory, and then figure 11 is a histogram of the interest positioning during the simulations. Okay. And then performance analysis results. Into the missing probability. Okay, already I talked to you. Then the camera limited environment. The camera cannot monitor whole time, so we have to introduce some camera rotating methodology or some other technology. So inevitably, into the missing event will be occurred. So introduce missing probability was simulated by our simulator. And then you can see in these figures, figure 12, into the missing probability. The left figure shows the effect of the interrupt speed. As you can see these figures, as increase the interrupt speed, the missing probability will be decreased. And similar to if we camera moving speed is increased, then the missing probability decreased. And then handover failure probability. Then handover failure in mobile communication part, handover failure will be occurred when there is no bandwidth, no channels. But like similar to in these surveillance systems, the handover will be fail when invader enter the target monitoring area. Then if the camera viewpointing is far from this invader, then the handover will be fail. So this is similar. And then also we consider the how could we start the handover procedures. Then if we expand the handover preparation distance, then of course then the handover failure will be decreased. But it is arise some other problems. So we consider the trade-off effect. And then this figure 13, this is handover initiating distance. Okay, and this is the camera moving velocity. If we rotate the camera as a fast speed, then the handover failure probability will be decreased. Next. Okay, this is my I like to conclude my presentations. In this figure, we proposed the method to analyze the inter-camera handover algorithms, aiming to minimize the required number of sensors. And then also we introduced the mathematical and the numerical analysis method to calculate average distance from the point of introduce. And then we introduced the random variable for introduce dwelling time and analyze the handover probability. And then also we did simulate the handover failure to acquire the handover failure probability. And then we simulated the surveillance systems. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. Please give applause. Okay, now we are going to enter the Q&A. Is there any question?
Yes. Okay. So yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for the presentation. I have 3 questions. So the first is you talk about the intruder, but okay. So actually, your title is about intelligent multi-surveillance, right?
Yeah.
But in the presentation, you talk about intruder. So the first question is that what kind of the intruder that may appear during the monitoring using multi-cameras?
Yeah.
The second is what kind of intelligence you are introducing in this paper, so such that you call intelligent multi-surveillance system. Okay, and then the third is usually when we are using multi-camera, what we try to exploit is the correlation because the object is the same, right?
Yeah.
So in this algorithm, you also exploiting the correlation, or you are using another kind of correlation that you try to exploit. So maybe for this case, you can also explain to us what is the secret key of this algorithm. Okay, yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, your question is 3. So first 2 questions I forgot. So I'll answer my third question prompts. Okay, okay, okay. Now I am working to construct the surveillance systems using image cameras, and then our application is 2 parts. One is for the drone detections, and second is embedded detections using deep learning, and also we developed the behavior of intruders using the skeleton deep learning, and so this in this okay, and okay, so I agree with your question that if there are several cameras, that if the invader 1, then we have to differentiate. We have to identifications of these invaders. So we use the some location informations. For example, this camera part, and then there are 2 invaders. One invaders we can assume the distance from camera to invader 2. Okay, because already I told you that there are some 2-dimensional image, and then the in 2-dimensional image, each pixels can compute the distance. So we can differentiate this invader 1 and this invader 2. So when we detect these invaders, we can allocate the virtual identifications, this intruder and this intruders using the location informations, and then several camera, several image sensors. We will share the locations, time, and then positioning. So ID. So and then it's camera tracking these invaders continuously. So we can differentiate the 2 multi invaders.
Okay, just would like to confirm the meaning of the intruder. So usually we use the terminology of intruders for communication between A and B. They try to communicate, but the intruder is the third person. They try to steal the information, for example, or destroy some informations, for example. But in your case, the intruder is, what is the definition of the intruders?
Okay, enemy, for example, enemy soldier. There are soldier.
Yeah.
Enemy soldier, intruder, and then this intruder, we don't know. We cannot identify that enemy soldier because there is no information. So we can differentiate several soldiers using the I told you that using the location informations. So this is intruders. So our project is belong to the this is a security part. So so
this is also related to the security.
yeah.
Okay.
And then
So then the question, the second question is that are you also exploiting the correlation because you are trying to monitor the same object?
Correlation. Okay.
Correlation, similarity.
Between the
So okay, just confirm first. You are trying to identify the same object. In
yes.
multi-camera.
Yes.
So it means that there will be correlation between camera 1, camera 2.
Okay.
Image from camera 1.
Okay. When first the image sensors, if one image sensors detects these intruders, then allocate these intruders, and there are attributes about these intruders, then GPS locations and the time and the velocity and the direction of movement. So this camera prospects this information to other cameras. So other camera can estimate, can improve these intruders. So okay, the first important thing is that there are several camera in military boundary. Then if one soldier enemy moving around here, only one soldier walking around, then term image sensors will calculate as, for example, 3 or 4 soldiers will be attacked. So we have to identify this soldier only one. So just I told you that we can allocate the virtual identification. Virtual identifications can be allocated. Just I told you that location of soldiers, and then time, and then speed. It's very easy to extract the speed of into the movement because we can analyze multi-frame, and then, for example, we can detect the YOLO algorithm. We detect the object. Then it's very easier to analyze multi-frame, direction, and speed. It's easier. So this soldier has the attribute, location, speed, and directions, and etc. So this information will be processed. This is several sequence. Then next image sensors can receive some information from that. Then every image sensors has their GPS receiver. So they have the absolute location point. So they can differentiate the distance and locations uniquely.
So you cannot answer yet the meaning of the intelligent in this algorithm. So what do you mean by the intelligent?
Okay. I mean that okay. When I submit my paper, then the reviewer gave me the good review comment.
Suggestion, yeah.
So maybe it's you. Okay. Nowadays there are so many handover technology in surveillance field, and then there are many AI algorithms. But if we apply the AI algorithm to hand over, then we have to acquire the many data set, and then we have to learning the behavior of these invaders. But it's time consuming. And then if we consider the emergency states, we install the several image sensors. There is no time to training the image sensor. So I think that this intelligent means that we divide the velocity component as horizontal and vertical, and then we consider only we extract the speed and direction and etc. using only simple algorithms. And then okay, and then when we calculate the when we firstly we detect the invaders, then we can shortly we can extract the handoff probability that invaders. So it's very easier to apply in real environment. I think so.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the interesting topic. Please give applause for Mr. Kim. Very interesting. Maybe after this you can continue the discussion. Okay. And then now we are going to the last presenter. I welcome Mr. Shu Weng. Yeah, please come. He will present his work entitled Localization with Noisy Android Raw GNSS Measurement.
Dear professors and session chair and peers, good afternoon. My name is Xu Weng. I'm a PhD student from Nanyang Technological University. Today I will present our work, localization with noisy Android raw GNSS measurement. Okay, please. Next slide. GNSS positioning is one of the essential technologies for the connected world, and its positioning accuracy can reach centimeter levels. However, high-performance receivers are heavy, large, and expensive, which limits its usage in everyday applications. Next. Unlike specialized GNSS devices, smartphones are affordable and portable. Multiple sensors, including GNSS chips, are mounted on smartphones. Especially in 2016, Google released Android raw GNSS measurement, which brought great opportunities for engineers and researchers to develop novel advanced algorithms to get higher accuracy and enable various location-based applications on smartphones. Next, please. However, due to its low-cost hardware limitation, the data collected from Android phones are noisy. As you can see in this picture, the pseudo-range noise collected from Nexus 9 is about 10 times larger than that collected from Novatel receiver. Next, please. Filtering and smoothing technologies have been widely used to remove noise for the geodetic GNSS receivers. However, their applications for the Android raw GNSS measurements are not fully covered. In this work, we present the systematic engineering details about how to adapt filtering or smoothing technologies to Android raw GNSS data. Firstly, we introduce how to use pseudo-range to compute position, velocity, and time using the baseline weighted least squares method. Then we introduce two filtering technologies, that is moving horizon estimation and extended Kalman filter. We also introduce a smoothing technology, that is RTS smoother. Our codes are available, and we hope our codes could help researchers who are interested in the topic could learn it quickly and develop novel advanced algorithm and applications in the future. Next, please. First of all, I will show you the pipeline of our work. First, the smartphones will receive the signals from GNSS satellites, and these signals will be logged into data file by an app called GNSS Logger. We then send this data file to PC for further analysis. Next, please, next. GNSS localization is about how to solve a nonlinear equation system where the user locations are unknowns. The satellite locations can be computed using the navigation data, and the range between satellites and users can be measured by GNSS receivers. Next, please. However, Android phones didn't give us Android phones don't give us pseudo ranges directly. Instead, they give us a mass of raw measurements. You know, even for an expert in the GNSS community, he or she could get lost in this raw measurements. So in our paper, we firstly introduce how to convert this raw GNSS measurements into our familiar pseudo range equations and pseudo range rate equations. Next, please. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay. So after we get the pseudo range measurement, we can. The current problem is basically to use a Gauss-Newton algorithm to solve a nonlinear equation system. Where the unknown states include position, velocity, and time. And we will run this estimation loop iteratively until certain criteria is fulfilled. Okay. Then before we apply filtering or smoothing technologies, we have to determine the process models to describe the dynamics of Android phones. Considering its low dynamics, we apply the second order system to describe its motion. Instead of this, these equations you can easily find in textbooks. We are more interested in how to tune the process noise covariance matrix. Here we use the velocity estimated at previous epochs to calculate this matrix Q. Okay, next. Thank you. Previous. Similarly, we use the second order system to describe the smartphone's clock. And we use the clock bias and the drift estimated at previous epochs to tune the covariant matrix Q. Okay, next. Then we get the discrete time system to describe our smartphones. The first one is a process model we mentioned before. The second one is the pseudo range equation linearized at an approximate state. And the EK is the measurement noise vector, which is composed of pseudo range errors and pseudo range rate errors. Next, please. Firstly, we use moving horizon estimation to use a window of past data to estimate the current state, where the window size is denoted by n. Next slide, please. Then we also apply extended command filter to use all historical data to estimate the current state in a recursive way. I believe compared to these classical EKF equations, you are more curious about how to tune the measurement covariant matrix. Here we directly use the pseudo range, the 1 sigma uncertainty values of pseudo range errors and 1 sigma uncertainty values of pseudo range and the pseudo range rates. Next, please. in the end, we use the smoothing technology to denoise these measurements. The RTS smoother is a backwards EKF, which start from the state estimated by EKF at the last epoch, and smooth the states backwards. Okay, that's in the practical implementation, we noticed that the Android raw GNSS measurements are discontinuous, which can be summarized into 3 categories. The first one is satellite discontinuity, which means localization fails because the smartphone received signals from fewer than 4 satellites. The second one is clock discontinuity, which means that the time steps are discontinuous between 2 adjacent measurements. The last one is pseudo-range discontinuity, which represents abrupt pseudo-range change between consecutive measurements. We design finite state machines for each algorithms to control them to handle this data discontinuity. Okay, next please. We evaluate these methods in both static and dynamic scenarios. In the static scenarios, we collect data. We collect data using Huawei Mate 10 Pro on the roof of a building, and using the U-Blocks GNSS receiver as ground truth. The left picture shows the positioning trajectory, and the right picture shows the positioning error on the direction, on the north direction, east direction, and the down direction. As you can see from these pictures, the noise has been significantly suppressed, and the positioning error curve of the filtering or smoothing methods are much smoother than the baseline methods. Next, please. To quantitatively compare these methods, we also provide the empirical cumulative distribution functions of horizontal errors and vertical errors. We also calculate the horizontal scores for each method, which is the mean of the 15th and the 95th percentile of horizontal errors. As you can see, no matter in horizontal direction or vertical direction, the filtering or smoothing algorithm perform better than the baseline weighted least square methods, and the horizontal score can be improved by more than 16%. Okay, next please. In the dynamic scenario, we use Google's open dataset collected in San Francisco. We can get the similar conclusion. As you can see, the trajectory is much smoother than the weighted least square methods. Next, please. And for the quantitative comparison, the horizontal score can be improved by more than 40%. Okay, next, please. In this slide, we show you more results in using the Google Open Dataset. In general, the filtering or smoothing methods can get better positioning performance than the baseline methods, but the improvements seem subtle, seems trivial. It is because in these cases, the dominant error is bias rather than noise. Filtering or smoothing cannot handle bias. This bias can be maybe next step. This bias can be the result of multipass non-linear sign propagation or smartphone-related errors. Okay, next, please. To conclude our work, we detail how to calculate position, velocity, and time using Android raw GNSS measurements. We also employ moving horizon estimation, extended command filter, and RTS smoother. No, forward. maybe, yeah. ITS smoother to filter out smooth, noisy Android raw GNSS environments to improve localization performance. But as I said before, this method, this filtering-based method cannot handle the biased errors, which is hard to model mathematically. So this is the work this is a issue we will try to address in the future. Here we would like to provide a potential solution to this problem. If we have the location ground truth of the smartphones, which might be measured by high performance GNSS receivers, we can somehow do inverse computation to derive the pseudo-range bias. Next, yeah. Considering pseudo-range bias is hard to model mathematically, we can use a neural network to learn it from data. So next, yeah, next, please. So more details can be conferred from our latest research, PRNet, a neural network for correcting pseudo ranges. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, very interesting presentation. Is there any question from the audience, maybe? Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Su Weng.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you very much for the topic you present in this conference. So I think this is also in line with the target of the 6G, especially for the accuracy of positioning. I have 3 questions.
Okay.
Yeah, luckily 3 questions. Yeah,
No
the
problem.
first is what do you mean by noise in your terminology of noisy? So what kind of noise? And then what is the distribution?
We assume the noise is Gaussian noise. Yeah, the standard Gaussian noise.
Oh, Gaussian noise.
Yeah,
Gaussian noise.
So we use the the optimal estimator, the MHE or EKF, which is optimal estimator for Gaussian noise.
Not colored noise.
No, very preliminary.
Yeah. Okay. So the second is that your analysis here is considering 2D or 3D positioning.
3D.
3D. So
Yeah.
you are also considering the height.
Yes. The vertical direction.
Yeah, so you can identify at the second floor or the third floor of.
I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm not sure because our data sets were collected outdoors. Not indoors. Indoors, the GNSS signal will be will be very weak. So it's hard to track it.
Outdoor, but you can identify the height.
Yeah, height.
Okay.
But if you indoors, if you ask me which floor, it must be indoors, right?
Yes.
So
or maybe not inside the room, but also the balcony, for example.
If we can see enough satellites, I think if we use high performance GNSS receiver, we can answer your question. But if you use smartphones, I doubt it. Yeah.
Okay.
But we are more focused on horizontal localization errors, which is also the official metrics adopted by Google for their decimator challenge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So because when I was in Japan, I was also doing some localization. But at the time, I did not consider the height. So we just need 2 sensors at the time.
Yeah,
but
the height is difficult to handle because the distribution of satellites.
Yes. Okay, so the last question is about the accuracy. So for the target of the 6G is between 0.1 millimeter and until 1 millimeter. So
I'm sorry.
The accuracy.
Accuracy.
The accuracy of the detection. For example, the location is here. And then you detect here, it's mean that not accurate. But the location here.
Accuracy.
Yeah,
the accuracy.
So for the 6G is between 0.1 millimeter until 1
millimeter.
0.1 millimeter.
Yes.
For which system?
Yes. So my question is, what is the accuracy of your algorithm?
Accuracy. For the static, can you show my slides, please? I think it should be meter level or 10-meter level, even worse, because we use only pseudo range as the input.
Sorry, I am wrong. So the accuracy in the 60 is between 1 until 10 centimeters, not millimeter. 1 until 10 centimeters.
110 centimeters.
No. 1 until 10.
1 until
10
centimeters.
1
to 10 centimeters. We cannot make it. We cannot reach such very accurate.
Small.
Yeah. If you want to get centimeter level accuracy, you need a specialized antenna, and you need to use carrier phase measurement. Instead, we use only pseudo range measurements. Yeah, and you need to use multi-frequency signal.
Okay, so maybe with the help from the ground floor equipment, maybe it is also possible with some improvement of accuracy, right? Because you are only using the satellite.
Yeah, satellite. If we use satellite, if you use only pseudo range measurements, I think the limit we can push is 4 meters, 3 to 4 meters. It is the lowest boundary. But if you also use carrier phase measurements, use reference stations on the ground, you can reach centimeter level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the time is up. Please give applause to Mr. Wang. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I forgot before we close our session, I think we have to take picture together. So for the presenter, please come the front again to take a picture. Operator.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. You want more? Yeah, sure. You want more? Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Erhol Ramadan. As the
Tes. Tes. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Hilda Afifa. I'm a session chair for the last session for today. For last session, we have 3 presenter. 2 presenter is on-site presenter and 1 presenter is online presenter. The first presenter is Mr. Rahmat Hidayat. It's come from Faculty of Electrical Engineering from Telkom University. The title of the paper is River Trust Sorting System using SSD Mobile Net version 2. And for the second presenter is Mr. Karel Martinez. It's come from Centro de Technologies de Informatique Escuela Superior Politecnical del Litoral. It's come from Guayaquil, Ecuador. The title of the paper is Infrastructure-less and Connection-less Ultra-Wideband Ranging Device. And the last presenter is online presenter. The last presenter is Raden Khairul Ramadan. It's come from Telkom University. The title of the paper is Motion Detection Telemetry Radio using LoRa. Okay, before we start our session, we have every of presenter have around 20 minutes. 15 minutes is presentation time and 5 minutes is question and answer. Okay, we will move to the first presenter. The first presenter is Mr. Rahmat Hidayat. Please for Mr. Rahmat Hidayat for come here. Okay, for Mr. Rahmat Hidayat, the floor is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. And honor to meet you here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rahmat Hidayat. I'm from Telkom University Indonesia. And I would like to tell you about our paper titled River Trace Sorting System using SSD Mobile Net V2. Next, please. Okay, there are the list of the author of this paper. Next, please. Okay, I would like to give you a brief outline of my presentation. First is introduction. Second is methodology. Third is result, and the last is conclusion. Next, please. Okay, the problem of this paper is accumulation of stress on riverbanks that not immediately followed up. The accumulation of stress is the result of the removal of the riverbed stress. The accumulation of stress can causes a new problem. For example, environmental pollution for the people living nearby. Even though sometimes of accumulated stress still have value to be reduced or recycled, such as metal and plastic trash. So the needs is a system that can help the process so that the trash doesn't accumulate it for too long. And our solution is design and build a reverse trace sorting prototype that utilizes deep learning. For the methodology, a sorting system that use the MobileNet SSD v2, a combination of MobileNet v2 and SSD model. For the data processing, first is collecting data. We use on data set totaling 952 image, and then labeling. We label two types, plastic and metal, and then image processing. After that, we make a data split. So we divide into 80% of training, 10% of validation, and 10% of testing data. And the last step for data pre-processing is convert.xml to TF record. And then there are hyperparameter that we use when we training the models. 40,000 for maximum step, 60 for batch size, and 0.08 for initial learning rate. And look at the picture. This is a model implementation on Raspberry Pi. So we use Raspberry Pi for model B, and for the camera we use USB webcam. Next, please. Okay, this is the model integration with sorting actuator. There are a conveyor and 3 bins, that metal trash bin, and then plastic trash bin, and not both. We use sorting actuator using DC motor gearbox that function to drive spur gear and rail gear. So the actuator will be punching out or hit the surface of trash to get into the plastic trash bin or metal trash bin, or metal trash bin. Okay, next please. Okay, this is the comparison of a design and implementation of our research. Okay, next. Okay, so that is what we have. The table on your left is model testing analysis, and the next one is sorting test analysis. The amount of trash that we test is 30 trash, and we have precision of the model is 0.96, and for the recall is 0.93, and also for the F1 score is 0.94. For the processing time, we get 1.46 until 2.40 frame per second. And for the next table is sorting test analysis. So amount of trash test is 30 trash, and successfully sorted is 24 trash, and the accuracy is 80%. Okay, next. Okay, move to the conclusion. Let me conclude. For the development summary, after calculating precision, recall, and F1 score, the value is close to 1. So indicating that our classification model has a good precision and good recall. And then for sorting system result, the system sorting got accuracy 80%. There are several factors that we cannot reach the optimal value because our sorting actuator just can sort of trash with volume more than 30 centimeter cubic. And then for the future research, I suggest to use more and varied data set and then use a sorting actuator that can sort all size of trash. Next. Okay, I think enough for my presentation. Thank you for listening, and I turn over to moderator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rahmat Hidayat, for your presentation. It's interesting presentation. Okay, for all participants in here and in Zoom, do you have any question for Mr. Rahmat Hidayat? Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I have simple question, but in your your research, what's the kind of trash you can sorter?
Okay, kind of trash the system can sort is like a bottle or bottle like plastic bottle and then metal bottle, but we cannot sort like thin plastic and then bottle cap because the volume is less than 30 centimeter cubic. So the actuator can hit the surface of trash. So the actuator cannot hit surface of trash to get into the bin. Okay, I think is the answer.
Okay, thank you. For all participants, do you have any question to Mr. Rahmat Hidayat? Okay, I have another question. Why you prepare image processing for your works? Then, for example, for metal, why you didn't choose inductive proximity or something to detect the metal? Why you prepare image processing for your works?
Because if we use like a sensor metal, the trace must be the distance of the sensor and the trace is less than 1 millimeter. So we use image processing because the conveyor because the distance of camera and conveyor is between 70 centimeter. I think it's the reason why we use image processing.
How about the effect of the light? Like, for example, if the light is dark or the light is too light, what is the effect of your image or your sensing?
Okay. Actually, when we take the data set, the data set was taken during the day, direct lightning from the sun. So when the sun is when the light is down, the accuracy of detection is error.
Thank you for your answer. For all the participants, do you have any question to Mr. Rahman? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Ahmad, would you please explain what is the main contribution of this work?
Okay, for the contribution, so the research will be implemented has been implemented as a community service. So the research we will implement on maybe November or December at Sungai Citarum. Oh, okay. Actually, this product have complete function like a dryer trash, and then sorting trash, and then monitoring of the bin. So I think this is the unique for my product. But in this research, we just focus on the sorting, the accuracy of sorting.
Thank you for the answer. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rahmat, for your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, maybe we will move to another presenter. Please to Mr. Rahmat. Okay, we will move to the next presenter. The next presenter, I would like to call another presenter. The presenter is Mr. Karil Martinez. It's come from Centro de Tecnologías de Información Escuela Superior Politécnica del Litoral, Ecuador. The title of the paper is Infrastructureless and Connectionless Ultra-Wideband Ranging Device. Please, for Mr. Karil Martinez, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I am Karil Martinez from the Escuela Superior Politécnica del Litoral in Guayaquil, Ecuador. I'm excited to present the paper titled Infrastructureless and Connectionless Ultra-Wideband Ranging Devices. And it's a pleasure for me to be here because I'm from South America and has been a long journey. Next. As we all know, in 2020, the world was thrown into chaos because of the global pandemic caused by COVID-19, an issue that has a high transmission rate. As a result, governments worldwide implemented social distancing policies, and the need to create or develop devices that somehow could create alerts when someone is too close to another person raised. Next. To do it is necessary to measure distances, and there are some technologies that allow it. For example, infrared, ultrasounds, Bluetooth low energy, Wi-Fi, ultra-wideband, even image processing technologies. Next. But the technology that offers the best features in this kind of application, among the others, is ultra-wideband, because has a high fidelity in measured distances. Ultra-wideband measure distances using the time of flight, and is so fast to measure it. Ultra-wideband also offers low power consumption, low cost, and low processing. For security, ultra-wideband uses the IEEE 802.15.4 compliant from IEEE. Next. The main applications of ultra-wideband technology is indoor localization. To do it, ultra-wideband technology uses two kinds of devices: anchors and tags. Anchors are fixed devices indoors, and tags are mobile devices. And the idea is to estimate the localization of that tags. Next. What are we doing? We have developed the devices that are similar to each other. We measure distances between them. One feature of our work is that we don't need pre-installed infrastructure like anchors, for example. We can measure distances everywhere, indoors or outdoors. We only need two devices to find to each other and begin to measure distances. Next. You can see the device that we designed and developed. We use the DWN 1001C module from Corvo. It is based on the NRF5282 microcontroller from Nordic, and it is connected to via SPI with the DW1000. That is a chip that supports ultra wideband. It's important to mention that our devices have support Bluetooth too, and have two wireless technologies integrated. You can see the main feature of the NRF of this module in the slide. Next. Okay. Yeah, we use why Bluetooth low energy if we measure distances by ultra wideband. We use Bluetooth for create list where we will store the IDs from nearby devices. Each device is configured and act as broadcaster and observer at the same time. A device knows which devices are nearby. Next. It's important to consider that the devices are not connected. Only are listening the advertising of other devices, but it's not necessarily the connection. Yeah, you can see in this slide how it works, how we populate the list. In the first slide, we have a device D1 in this case, and the list was empty. And D2 entered to the Bluetooth coverage, and both devices found to each other, and they fill the first slot of the list with the ID of the other device. We can see it for 3 devices and 4 devices. In this picture, in this slide, you can see how 4 device fills its respective list. Next. To measure distances, we use the time of flight. It's important to mention that in ultra wideband, there are 2 modes for the devices, initiator and responder. The initiator sends a message to a specific responder using its ID. And the responder, as the name say, respond with a message back. And the initiator calculates the distance using the time of flight. It is important to mention too that in the responder there are time in processing antenna delays too. It have to be calibrated. Next. we can see the algorithm that we use. The initial state of a device is an idle state where the antenna, where the ultra wideband features are off. And the device verify if the ID list, if any devices are nearby. If not, the device keep in idle state. In the other case, the device is interact between initiator and responder. First, the first state is initiator. Next. In initiator mode, the device will try to measure distances with every device in its ID list. Next. Yeah, okay. The first thing that do the initiator is send a message, and there is two options. The message could be received or not. If received is a successful measurement, and is not is an unsuccessful measurement. When the initiator has finished to measure distances with all of the devices in its list, pass to the responder mode. In responder mode, the device will be listening for all the messages circulating nearby, but we only consider those that are directed to it. We can see that if the message is directed to the device or not. If it's directed, the responder send a message back to the specific initiator, and if not, the responder kicking in responder mode. All of these things are for a specific time. Next. Then the device return to the idle state. We can, for experiments, we use up to 5 devices that was working simultaneously. We can see the average error measuring distances. We measure distances between 10 centimeters up to 200 centimeters, and the maximum error was maybe 11 centimeters when the distances was near to 2 meters or 200 centimeters. Next. We also estimate the average packet sources rate by a number of devices. We can see that while the devices, there are more devices, the number of successful measurement is down because there are traffic in the environment. Next. With that information, we also estimated the convergence time. The convergence time is when all devices know the distances with each other. We can see that that when with 5 devices is almost 2 seconds. But when we used 2 devices was very very quick to measure all distances. Next. We estimated the current consumption using the respective data sheets. And we consider the Bluetooth power consumption and the ultra wide features too. This picture shows the estimated average current consumption for battery of 400 milliampere hours. It's important to say that it is when it's in continuous measurement distances, because, for example, if the device is in idle state, the device don't consume a lot of current, a lot of power. Next. This is the life expectancy on a 400 milliampere battery. We can see that the life expectancy is between 8.40 hours to 476 hours, depending on the number of devices. Next discussion. It's important to know that a higher number of present devices leads to a longer convergence time and a lower battery life expectancy. However, the level of precision when measuring distances is acceptable for this kind of application, because we need a precision in centimeters. Conclusions. The proposed algorithm uses BLE for orchestration and ultra-wideband for ranging. We integrate the both technologies in these devices. It has a reliable distances measuring within 2 seconds when we use 5 devices. As mentioned before, it have a practical level of energy consumption and ranging accuracy. It's important to know that it was when the devices were always working. And as we all know, the emergency of pandemic was ended, but the devices can be used in another purpose. Even in health, there are, for example, illness that has a high transmission rate too, but can be used in hospital, for example, or even in industry to avoid collision between people and machinery, for example, and even in robotics to avoid collision too. Next. It was my presentation, and thank you.
Okay. Applause to Mr. Karel Martinez. Okay. Thank you for Mr. Karel Martinez for your informative and interesting presentation. For all the participants in here, do you have any question to Mr. Martinez? For Mr. Fay.
Okay, yeah, I have 3 questions. So the first is about what do you mean by infrastructureless? I think you still need some devices there.
Because the most of in ultra wideband, the most of the application are use, for example, one is that we don't need a master to control all the devices. Yeah, or each device acts for itself.
So you mean we don't need the base station, for example?
Yeah, we don't need a base station.
Okay, so you mean what you mean by infrastructure less is we don't need base station, but you still need the receiver, the device, right?
Because we also don't need in ultra wideband is use tags, or and we also we can measure everywhere in if the necessity or if without the necessity or some or preconfigured systems.
Yeah, I mean, because from the title, infrastructureless, connectionless, it's mean that you don't need any devices, just
Okay.
by hand. Okay, so that's the question from the title. The second is, what is the frequency band you are using?
Right.
The frequency band of UWB.
The standard. We don't
So
configure for the default.
So what is the default?
I think I don't remember what. It's 64. Gigahertz. I don't remember.
From 3 until 10 gigahertz, right? Yeah. So
no, we use 6.4 gigahertz.
6.4 gigahertz. So what is the width of the band? So ultra wideband mean the
Yes.
bandwidth is wide.
Yeah, we don't configure that. We don't focus on the
No,
on
no,
that.
I think you should focus on the bandwidth, because this is the main point of UWB. Actually, my question is not for that, but my question is, what about the device you are trying to detect is outside of the band of the UWB you are using?
Right. Because initially, when the project began, really the main problem was COVID-19.
Yeah.
Was COVID-19, and in my country was applied policies where people should maintain a specific distance.
Yes.
Yes.
The same for physical distance.
Yeah, a minimum, and the devices alerts when people is too close.
Yes. I mean, for example, you are considering the 3 until 10, but actually you are not using 3 until 10 gigahertz, right? For example, in the case of 5G millimeter wave, we are using beyond 26 gigahertz. So in that case, if someone is using that mobile phone, will be undetected using your device.
I don't prove that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So maybe this is enough. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Yeah,
your
thank you.
question, Mr. Hairul. Okay,
Okay.
we thank you to Mr. Mastinet for your presentation. Okay, we will move to the next presenter. The next presenter is online presenter. The name of the presenter is Raden Khairul Ramadan. It's come from Faculty of Electrical Engineering, Telkom University. The title of the paper is The Motion Detection Telemetry Radio Using LoRa. To Mr. Raden Khairul Ramadan, you can open your camera. Okay, for the LO, please play the video of Mr. Raden Khairul Ramadan. For the Mr. Raden Khairul Ramadan, the screen is yours.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Erhol Ramadan as the presenter for this research. And for the team, we have Noval Giraldi, Bagus Angkasa, Adil Maulana. Also, we have our advisor, Mr. Bintang Hadi Dharma and Miss Levi Oliviano. So, our research presentation is about motion detection telemetry radio using LoRa. Abstract. Radio telemetry is a technology for transmitting information wirelessly. It's used for motion detection in surveillance. This research aims to create a motion detection system using LoRa, using long-range or LoRa technology. LoRa is good at sending data far without using much power. With LoRa, we can put the system in hard-to-reach areas without cell. The main parts of the system are motion sensors, tiny computers to process data, and LoRa modules to send data. The motion sensor spots movements and tells the computer. The computer processes the data and sends it using LoRa to a receiving node on the network. Both nodes and computers can gather data and send alerts if something suspicious happens. Tests show that motion detection radio telemetry systems using LoRa have good range and are energy efficient. This research suggests that LoRa can make monitoring and surveillance. For introduction, technology is growing fast today, and it's making things easier for us. There are special sensors that help us keep an eye on the environment in place where the internet and signals don't reach easily. These sensors are helpful because they tell us about things like temperature, humidity, and air pressure in these hard-to-reach areas. This information helps people living there make decisions and deal with change in nature. These sensors also help detect things like earthquakes, landslides, and floods early on. This warning helps people in these remote areas get ready and stay safe. It lowers the risk of people and things getting hurt in natural disasters. When making these sensors, we need to think about things like how well they work, how easy they are to use, and how much they cost. Since these remote areas don't have a lot of resource or easy access, it's important to make sensors that work well and don't cost too much. Research and development in this area are making a positive difference in monitoring the environment and safety in place without internet and signals. So, why we use LoRa? The following are the reason why we choose the LoRa module as the transmission. First, it can send information over long distance. LoRa range can vary widely depending on several factors, such as frequency used, transmitter output power, environmental conditions, and physical barriers or non-line of sight. LoRa modules can achieve transmission distance of up to several kilometers. However, in real life conditions with buildings, tree, or other obstacle, the LoRa range will usually be shorter. Second, energy efficiency. Second is energy efficiency. One of the great advantage of LoRa is its high energy efficiency. E-bytes LoRa modules are designed to use very low power, allowing the battery to last a long time. Third is low cost. LoRa technology uses license-free radio frequencies, which means there are no additional license fees to pay. Fourth is resistant to interference. LoRa technology is designed to be resistant to interference and noise, so it can provide good communication stability even in environments with lots of wireless devices or other radio signals. For the method used is the description or explanation of the concept and system design employed in the development of sensors and LoRa system for motion detection and coordinate tracking. The sentence outlines how the system operates and interacts with various components, such as motion detection sensors, microcontrollers, LoRa modules, and LoRa gateway. Additionally, the sentence provides some information about the cost and availability of components used in the system implementation. For the result and discussion, the testing results show that the detector tool effectively detects objects using infrared sensor and transmits data through the LoRa gateway. The LoRa gateway connects sensor and GPS nodes and maintains stable communication, even at varying distance. The peer sensor reliably detects motion, while the web server provides the real-time updates and user-friendly monitoring. Additionally, the system's power management extends battery life, making it suitable for remote motion detection and environmental monitoring. For the conclusion, based on LoRa motion detection system test, we conclude that LoRa parameter setting significantly affect communication stability and range among nodes. Nodes 1 and 2 effectively detect motion and transmit data, showing peer sensor and LoRa reliability. GPS successfully transmitted coordinates over 450 meters, but obstacles and cloud cover can impact GPS performance. In web server testing, data is easily accessed via browser with an intuitive display. LoRa maintains stable RSSI values even at a distance, making it suitable for remote applications. Overall, this LoRa-based system offers an effective solution for remote motion detection and environmental monitoring. So that's the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Raden. Thank you for Mr. Thank you for Mr. Raden. Thank you for Mr. Raden Khairul Ramadan for your presentation. It's interesting and informative presentation. We will move to question and answer time. For the all participants in here or in Zoom, do you have any question to Mr. Raden Khairul Ramadan? I'm so sorry, maybe Mr. Raden Khairul Ramadan go to outside of the Zoom. I'm so sorry for this trouble. Okay, wait a moment. Okay, For Mr. Raden Khairul Ramadan, please open your camera because we will move to the question and answer time. Okay. For all participants in here, do you have any question to Mr. Raden Khairul Ramadan? Okay. There is a question from Dr. Khairul.
Okay. Can you hear my voice? Yes. Yes. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, so I have 3 questions too. How many LoRa devices you are using in this study? And then the second is that what is the throughput of the LoRa you are using? And the third is how big the movement that you can detect.
Thank you for the question for the Dr. Khairul. For Mr. Raden Khairul Ramadan, please answer the question.
Okay, for first question is we have for LoRa, then for third question is it can 500 meters. Then for second one,
The throughput.
The throughput,
not the distance.
Wait.
The maximum throughput that you can achieve using the device.
sorry, wait.
Okay, maybe you can answer for the third question.
For the third question is it's like 500 meters.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood your presentation. So I think you are trying to detect the motion, right? The motion means the movement of something.
Yes.
Yeah. So my question is that how big the movement, how fast?
Oh, how fast? Wait.
For Mr. Raden Khairul Ramadan, do you hear me?
This is the last
Yeah, it is the last presenter. Okay. Okay. Because the connection of Mr. Raden Khairul Ramadan is so bad. So we will end our session for today. Before we end our session, please for the presenter that for this session, please come to in front of here because we will take a photo session. For photographer, please come here because we will take the photo session. On three, 1, 2, 3. Okay, one again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. We finally come to the end our this session. Thank you for all participants that give us for informative and interesting information. I hope you enjoy the program of ApWiMob 2023. And we're looking forward to your participant in the next year seminar. I wish you all pleasant today. With this session is now officially closed. Thank you for all participants and thank you for the presenter.
Tick. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our parallel session has finished, and now we enter our final session of the conference today. We would like to present a video after event and have a good watching. And that's our short video for entire ApWiMob 2023 event over the past 2 days. And now we will listen to the announcement of the Best Paper Awards, which will be delivered by Dr. Eng Favian Dewanta. Dr. Eng Favian Dewanta, time is yours.
Okay, we come to the end of this conference and I will present the Best Paper Award for the topic of emerging services, security and application for mobile and wireless track. The Best Paper Award is given to integrating name data networking into WebView-based e-health skin cancer application. Authored by Muhammad Rifki Bagaskaraning Iman, Hernan Huai, Rahmat Fauzan, Yuda Nugraha Rahmat, Leana Vidya Yovita, Yonenda Nurfuada, and Todi Rivianto Wibowo. Okay, because this paper is presented online, we will give the certificate after this event. Okay, and the next. Okay, for the second track, mobile and wireless network track, the best paper is given to adaptive 3-layer hybrid reconfigurable intelligent service for 6G wireless communication, trade-off, and performance. This paper authored by Rashid Ratul, Muhammad Iqbal, Sabita Ashraf, Jen Yi Pan, Yi Han Wang, and Zhou Yu Lian. Okay, is there? No? I think this paper is presented online. And then the last is the paper for fundamental track is given to localization with noisy Android raw GNSS measurement, authored by Sueng Kek Von Ling. Okay. Okay, I think that's all for the Best Paper Award, and I will return this to the MC.
Thank you, Dr. Eng Favian Dewanta for the announcement. And once again, we congratulate the winners who received the best paper. Please give a warm applause. Next, there is an announcement regarding to city tour that will be held tomorrow. The information will be given by Mrs. Sri Astuti. Mrs. Sri Astuti, time is yours.
Okay, everybody, I will to inform you about the city tour. Tomorrow we will do the city tour, start from here in 8 a.m. and then we go back to the hotel estimated in 16 p.m. So tomorrow morning we will gather on 7 a.m. in main lobby at the first floor. The tour rate is Uluwatu, Garuda Wisnu Kencana, and then Krishna Souvenir Hotel, Krishna Souvenir Center. Okay, thank you and see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mrs. Sri Astuti, for the announcement for city tour tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gone through all the activities of this conference from the first day until today. Hopefully, this activity can broaden our insight and provide benefits for us. We apologize if there were any mistakes in words or attitudes during this event. On behalf of the entire committee, I would like to thank you for your participation and see you on the next IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on Wireless and Mobile. After this, you may head to the restaurant to enjoy the banquet that we have already prepared.